in your program originally. Between us, myself and Liquid Intelligence, we agreed on a little switch out. So I feel very privileged to be up here, but also just to let you know that there was a little bit of a switch in the program. Can I just ask the media guys just to put up the slides so long? Please don't worry, I'm not going to do a death by presentation first thing in the morning, but I just want a couple of slides just to provide some context. I don't know if there's a little bit of a clicker as well that I can make use of, but while it's getting sorted, let me also just extend a welcome to all of the delegates here this morning. I am going to say all protocols are observed, but I do just want to extend a thanks to the Imbizo Group and to the chair for inviting us here today. Eastern Cape Development Corporation is the lead economic development agency in the Eastern Cape. We are incredibly proud to be associated with the ICT Summit. We are incredibly proud to host people here in the Buffalo City Metro. And may I also then just pass on, extend a welcome from our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Ayanda Wakaba, on behalf of the organization to all of the delegates present. We, initially, because I wasn't going to be on this particular session this morning, when I was asked to switch, it was, well, is there a topic or can I sort of do what I want? And the answer was, do what you want, which is fantastic, actually, because I'm really excited to say that more recently, together with the Office of the Premier, as well as various stakeholders under the provincial government and its respective departments, we undertook the Eastern Cape Provincial Digital Economy Transformation Strategy. Now, there have been a ton of strategies, broadband studies, impact assessments done on the digital economy in the Eastern Cape in the past, all addressing different topics, different aspects in terms of the work that has been undertaken in the province. But nothing that really consolidates all of that information together and acknowledges that as a province we want to work collectively, not just with our provincial departments or the public sector, but also with private sector and key stakeholders, academia, the NPOs. We've got some incredible incubators. And many of these actors or stakeholders in this space are playing a huge role in the digital economy space or the ICT space. And in fact, one of my colleagues asked me, so what do we define as digital economy? And that's a really good question and something that this particular report did have a look at. I think the other thing just to make a mention is that this report is publicly available. It is the first of many. We will be looking at various sectoral implications around the digital economy. But it really creates a platform for us to be able to work together and engage together with those stakeholders. Now, the report looks at a couple of different studies. I'm not sure if we're able to show the slides. Sorry, I just want to double check. I don't want to delay, but okay, I'm going to carry on in the meantime. I'm not getting, I can't see a response yet. But one of the things we do need to acknowledge that as a country and as a province, there are some incredible challenges that we do face. And I know some of these topics came up yesterday during the panel sessions, the panel discussions. The one being the access to infrastructure. We heard from various stakeholders and speakers yesterday that the more infrastructure we have, the more able we are to offer better access to the internet. It doesn't mean that people will access it, because the second component to that is, of course, cost. Now, there's been a huge amount of research that goes into this, and despite the fact that many of us would still feel that the cost of data is still prohibitive to many citizens in the province, the cost of data has actually declined by almost 2/3 in the country. And certainly South Africa as a whole is not the most expensive country from a data perspective. We are by no means the cheapest, and we do fall into a bit of a sort of middle category. Thanks, Pinky. So I just want to show a little bit of a slide. Again, I'm going to just sort of indicate to you that this particular slide just speaks to the decline in the cost of data. As I've indicated, it has been going down, and we see that it has decreased by about 2/3 in the past decade. I think the other thing just to speak to, as I've indicated, that if you look at where South Africa falls, we're by no means the worst, we're by no means the best, and there's still obviously a lot of work to be doing. And I think it's fantastic that role players can sit together in the room today to be discussing how we work collaboratively in that particular space. I think the other thing that I wanted to just raise was when we look at the national versus provincial, and by province, of course, the Eastern Cape, we've got a number of different interventions that speak to this particular aspect in terms of how we collaborate. So the SA Connect 1, SA Connect 2, and of course the digital master plan for the country. Again, all of these documents are documents that people can access. So if you're sitting here today and you're not 100% sure, we come and have a chat to me afterwards. I'm more than happy to provide. But really that top sentence kind of summarizes it all, that the national projects focus not only, but very much in terms of its majority focus on access through wireless connectivity. Again, creating better access. The better access that we have, the better ability people are able to build businesses, or entrepreneurs are able to grow and utilize those innovations. On the province side, we've got the broadband project, very much aligned to national. A huge amount of work has gone in through the Office of the Premier, the various provincial government departments. But of course, we can't ignore the fact that there is also private sector playing in this space. And it's a topic that I do want to come and touch on a little bit towards the end of my talk. The two projects between both sort of public and private, effectively covering the same areas, but really again, how do we eliminate that information asymmetry, eliminate working in silos, work better? It's not to say that we're not working together, but we want to be working a lot more closely. I think then, just moving forward onto, I don't know if I'm stuck now, but just to, oh, am I pointing to the wrong place? No. No problem. And so what I really want to just touch on is, so what does the digital economy strategy speak to? We evaluated a huge amount of the existing infrastructure in terms of fiber. There we go. And we looked at the context in terms of, again, both what public and private sector has been doing. So there's some pretty innovative maps, maps that haven't really existed for the province in the past. This information may exist in a private sector company, it may exist in some of us as provincial government, but it's not really in the public space. You'll see that the number of sites are listed here. Some of it is not quantified and still needs to be undertaken. But it's really about providing, as I said, that information so that investors, that stakeholders, academia, NPOs, all of us collectively can make better decisions together. And then I really just want to touch on the fact that from a pricing and availability perspective, there's a number of different aspects that the report looked at, both looking at, as I say, in terms of access, as well as then a pricing point. And again, noting that even if fiber infrastructure is increased in terms of the province, it doesn't necessarily mean that everybody will take that access up. Okay, so there's the cost aspect, but there's also, let me say, the awareness aspect, and that is also something that we need to be working on together as a province, as a country, together with all of the stakeholders in the space. We've spoken about the cost, but really, if we look at the statistics of the Eastern Cape province, only currently 6.6% of the households. There may be a little bit of fluctuation there because the data is only as rich as what we know, but only 6.6% of the province's households have access to fiber in the home currently. And again, a pretty useful map just in terms of looking at some of the subsea cables, the fiber infrastructure, the site access, what's both current and planned. And I want to just emphasize this point here, that collectively as provincial government stakeholders, there's a huge role for us We heard yesterday from both the Kucha Special Economic Zones, the East London IDZ, in terms of the work that they're doing to both attract investment, landing subsea cables in the province, but also then building the associated infrastructure, so data centers, and really creating that digital economy ecosystem that not just the Eastern Cape, but as South Africa, we need really badly if we want to really step up our game in this particular space. So the digital economy transformation strategy focuses on a couple of key pillars. So digital readiness, digital future, digital opportunities, and digital skills. It covers a range of different focus areas in terms of what we're trying to drive as our key objectives. Again, the report is available for download. You're welcome to come and scan the QR code to get more information on this. And I don't want to go into tons of detail, but I do want you to understand those particular pillars. Because when you understand the pillars, you understand what the report is effectively looking at in terms of the work that we're looking to do. Now, what the report also looks at is says that as provincial government, we have a number of different provincial government entities. And I'm going to use a very practical example. Yesterday, we had an engagement. In fact, I had a conversation at the gala dinner, and I'm super glad that I did, with the Provincial Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture. And we were speaking about the importance of the digital economy in the film sector, and just how much that particular sector really has the ability to contribute to employment and to depth in a value chain in the provincial economy in the Eastern Cape. Now, digital aspects, digital innovation in that particular space, it's there. All we need to do is make use of it. How do we make use of that? Well, we train people in the right particular skills, and that is an area that we do want to be focusing on in terms of the Eastern Cape. We also build the right infrastructure with the right equipment. Is that expensive? Yes. But together with stakeholders in collaborating, we are then able to make the most of those particular opportunities. I don't know if I'm stuck again. I think then also what I just wanted to highlight was the fact that on the roadmap perspective, and I'm going to just quickly touch on this without going into too much detail. What we really want to speak to is in those four particular pillars, so readiness, future skills, future opportunities, we really want to be able to say that as a province, and these are still very much a work in progress in terms of implementation, but implementation is something that we do want to emphasize. We don't just want this to be a document that sits on a shelf. We need to focus on a roadmap. Now, many of these things are not things that we're starting from a base, a zero base, let me say that. Many of these things are interventions that, again, through a multi-stakeholder collaboration, that we have been able to actually build on. And the roadmap assists us in being able to actually take that process forward. It sets out some targets. Again, and I'm going to use a very specific point. In 2028, we want to have all the districts, or at least a portion of districts, using provincial data, an online system in terms of project management, project implementation, project skills. Some of the districts are already doing aspects of that. So like I said, not a zero base, but certainly something in which we can collaborate and build on. Are they ambitious? Yes, but that's the point of any sort of strategy. We should be setting targets in which we do push ourselves, but through that collaboration, being able to eliminate it. And then lastly, I just wanted to touch on the fact that while we've got a report that speaks to a lot of different interventions over a specific timeline, that collaboration aspect, I can't emphasize enough. Now, there are a couple of key immediate outcomes that we do focus on, but really what I want to just touch on and sort of leave as my last point today is, as a provincial government, as development agencies, we have established a collaboration forum in which we are looking to set the same objectives. So it might be Eastern Cape Development Corporation, it might be Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency, it might be the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency, it might be a provincial government department. But we've agreed that we all have the same objectives. We all want to see people employed, we all want to see our province grow, and we all want to see that information asymmetry where we're working in silos, where we're duplicating fiscal spend on interventions eliminated. What we are doing is already, as a province, engaging with private sector. But I really want to sort of end my conversation this morning by just adding to the point that We want to be doing more together with private sector in particular. We want to be engaging more on the interventions that we already have. We're incredibly proud of the partnerships that we do have with private sector in this province, and there is a role for all of us to be working more collaboratively in this particular space. I want to also say that as part of the province's commitment to red tape reduction, we are looking to learn from our provincial counterparts in the Western Cape, in Gauteng, in KZN, around what they are doing to make it easier for smaller businesses, for entrepreneurs in the digital economy space, to have access to information. So whether it's as simple, and I say as simple with the full understanding that it's not a simple process for everybody, but whether it's as simple as registering a business. So if you're an entrepreneur sitting here today, and we've had multiple individuals come up to us at our stand in the exhibition space downstairs and asking us, they're having this challenge, how can we assist? Whether it's an online accessibility toolkit to be able to sort of say that, and I know we've got some amazing social media personalities that, the Financial Bunny, fantastic personalities that really do a huge amount to reduce that information, utilizing digital platforms, all the way through to actually creating fiber infrastructure growth in the province. Those are the areas in which we really want to be working more closely together. And as I said, some of the projects in which we're looking to allocate capital. I'm going to leave my address there. As I've said, I just want to emphasize the point around collaboration. My contact details are up on the screen. But if you are interested in downloading the report, please come past our stand. The QR code is there for you to scan and download. But yeah, it's a step in the right direction. It's not the be-all and end-all, and we'd love to be working further. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to force people to do things that they don't want to do, né? But I really enjoyed that talk. That spoke for me about just, yes, there's points here about the importance of infrastructure. There's points here about the importance of making sure that households have access to fiber. But the one that I really liked was that there's a collaboration point between private and public sector partnerships, and even a contact number was left here. And that's all we clapped for. Can we please give a round of applause for that amazing presentation one more time? All right, thank you for that. I think we have some businesses here. They were small to medium-sized, and now they're becoming a bit large, that see if only 6.6% of households have fiber. There's a lot of opportunity for us to connect people. But entrepreneurs aren't industry-specific. They are problem solvers. So they are innovators in any problem they see. So as you listen to today's conversations, you're going to hear some things that are happening positively, and you're going to hear some things that are lacking in the province. When you hear the thing lacking, you must be like, how do I step in and be that solution? So all of that information, all of these slides that you're seeing, all the presentations that are happening, they will be accessible to you, delegates. And I think that's an amazing thing that the ICT Summit is doing. But you'll only be able to access it on the ICT Summit's WhatsApp channel. So you should go on WhatsApp and check out the channel there, and it will be the Annual ICT Summit WhatsApp channel. All the presentations will be put on there, will be published there. So please go on your phones, go on your WhatsApps, and check for the Annual ICT Summit. Does that make sense for everyone? Information is gold. Information is key. So what we're going to do now before we go on to our next speaker is one thing, there's a competition happening. You guys might not know about this, but there is money to be won today at the ICT Summit. I don't know what your guys' weekends is looking like. The 25th is still a bit far, and the 30th is not any closer. There is 2,500 Rand to be won today. And how do you get that? Some of our sponsors today is Nika Technology Group, and they have a stand downstairs at the exhibition space, and they are saying, come there. They have a QR code. They have all the instructions that you need, and there's a spelling mistake on their banner. So what you need to do is find that spelling mistake, and you'll be entered in to win 2,500 Rand, and that will be announced after lunch. So if you are planning on going anywhere before lunch, that will be announced after lunch. And then we're gonna ask, we're all in the Eastern Cape, the room is full now, and we want to show the beauty of the Eastern Cape. So before our next speaker, I'm gonna ask production to just show that wonderful clip of Eastern Cape tourism, and then we'll invite our next speaker to the stage.
You are home. Wamgelekile. Welcome home. This is where your story starts. Eastern Cape, yours to explore.
Put your hands together for your lovely and beautiful province. And speaking about you are home, our next speaker, even though they are based in Johannesburg, they are a daughter from the Eastern Cape, so she is home, and I would like us to give her a warm welcome. But firstly, let me tell you who she is. So next up on the program, we're going to have the CEO of the ACT speaking to us, the Association of Communications and Technology. And this is a group that is responsible for making sure that all of these telco companies, the big ones, the MTNs, the Vodacoms, are doing the right things when it comes to policy and when it comes to service and when it comes to making sure that value is added to their clients. So when things might be going haywire, they make sure to pull them back into order. But that's not her only position. She's also the deputy chairperson of the SABC board. Hey, SAB, hey Jackson, come down. Come down, it's not even Friday yet. Of the SABC board. And she'll be coming up. So can we please put our hands together and give a warm welcome to Ms. Nomvuyiso Baji.
I see too much fun was had yesterday. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for that beautiful greetings and welcoming me. I just wanted to say first, Chairman, diyabulela. Diyabulela kakhulu. Andikagqiba uthetha ngawo, ndizawuthetha ngawo xa sendibulisile. Ndifuna ukuthi captains of industry, good morning. Of senior government officials that are here, good morning. Board members that are here, I do understand there are some SMMEs that are represented. Good morning. I must say this before I start my presentation. You heard Laura before me, right? She said, we were told, come as you are, present anything. Here is the kicker. I want to tell you the gem that Umotse is. The presentation, Laura, you'll see my presentation. It actually, it's like we shared notes because I'm going to be talking about connectivity, but connectivity from a social obligation point of view. And you made a point about the homes not being connected. You will see, I am saying why homes are not being connected and what we need to do about it. So that is how your mind works, sir. That you are able to connect the dots, right? So I just wanted to give you the flowers today. Thank you. So, I work for the Association of Comms and Technology. You see my presentation. I hope it's going to come in the screen. So you might wonder, what makes these people so special? So it's not a political party. That's how it looks like. It's ACT. I know there's a political party called ACT, but we came before the political party. So what we do is to ensure that we bring industry research in order to inform policy, in order to inform regulation that is evidence-based. That's what we do. So in the main, and I would like to put, there's a clicker. I forgot there's a clicker now. Okay. Yeah, there you go, guys. I look like my dad. So I just want you to clear. So don't be shocked if you see. So and you'll see the point that you were talking about, the collaboration, right? That is what we do as the Association of Comms and Technology. We are a team that really focuses on research. We've done a paper, we launched a paper on over-the-top services in August, a paper that we are so humbled by being started in 2021, that the paper is being quoted in France, in India, and we're like, when they say South Africa. So those are the kind of things that we do. I just want to show you. So I'm the only person in this room that gets to tell these men what to do, right? So these are my board members. It's being chaired by Shamil Jusuf of Vodacom. And these are the members that you see. We have Celsi, we have Liquid Intelligent, we have Rain, we have MTN, we have Telkom, and of course, including Vodacom. You'll see we were just established in 2021. We had our launch in 2022. But because some of us are privileged, Mina, I was taught ones and zeros by Ubhuti Mlamli, right? Yes, I think he won an award yesterday. I was taught ones and zeros by Ubhuti Mlamli, so I stand behind him. So the irony about this, if you're looking at this picture, I just want to explain. So we actually make sure through the work that we do with the team that there is little wastage in terms of the programs that they do as our members. So in the main, the ones that you would see in the Eastern Cape, there's a lot of work that Liquid is doing, especially for connectivity. So I just wanted to share this in terms of how connectivity landscape looks like in South Africa, and where we are supposed to be. And you will see that the issue that was already spoken to, nationally we have less than 20% of households that are being connected. So just know if you are having access, you are part of that 20%, and not because of lack of infrastructure or anything, which will become evident. And was just saying that in terms of what we are seeing, that there's still more work that needs to be done in this space. So here, you see, Laura, you see there? That's how it is. That is this. So this is the national program that is called SA Connect. So here, this is a project that actually it has been funded from the national government, and it deals with different partners in order to connect those areas that are not connected. And it has about 6 billion. CETA and other partners are involved here. Then on the left-hand side, it's something called social obligations. So you will recall, ladies and gentlemen, that in 2014, I know some of you were at university, in 2014, when there was the first time that 3G was licensed in South Africa, wherein 3G is licensed, you are given conditions of how you need to roll out the service. So all of these people that you see, those are my members, were given obligations except for RAIN, because RAIN did not have 3G connectivity. And out of those obligations, they were required to connect hospitals, schools, and some libraries. And in this regard, only one of my members managed to connect. This is 2024. I wanted to keep that in mind. 10 years later, only one member has managed to connect everything. You may ask yourself, why is that? The issue is we spend a lot of time duplicating efforts, creating maps, right? We spend to check, are these coordinates correct? Does the school have water? Does it have electricity? By the time the actual connectivity is realized, you've actually spent a lot of effort and money to do that. And that's what we're trying to cut off. So that's what social obligations are. So social obligations are license conditions that is imposed by the regulator, ICASA, right? So I'll now move to 2024. This one is by the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. 2022, the network operators received what you'll recall, it's not moving. Okay, they received the famous high demand spectrum. If you recall, South Africa raised in excess of 14 billion rands in trying to, please move it, I can't move it. In trying to, yes, in 2024. So this slide just explains who the players are, the whole thing that I was explaining before, that side you will have DCDT, this side you will have ICASA. Perhaps let me, I'll stay on this slide. So in 2022, the high demand spectrum, that would raise 14 billion. My members received obligations once again to connect schools. The only member, I need you to remember this, the only member that bidded that did not receive spectrum is Cell C. So you discount Cell C from this. So we're saying, how then do we move forward to effectively implement the obligations? We establish a project management office PMO is my pet thing that I love creating PMOs. So created a project management office, and the project, we call it the Connectivity Obligations PMO, wherein we have DCDT, we have ICASA, and all my members, including SALSI, although they don't have obligations, there's a science into this madness. And we are saying here, before you go and roll out, let's find out the lay of the land for you, right? Let's do the coordination. Let's talk to the beneficiary departments. Let's talk to the provincial coordinators. Let's do that work for you so that you spend minimal, because we are an NPO, right? People know that NPOs are not heavily funded. So when I talk to you, you're not going to say, go and talk to my service provider. You're likely to talk to me. So we have designed this PMO just to make sure that the connectivity gets to the persons that have been identified. And it will be remiss of me if I will not share the challenges that we are facing in the PMO. Next slide, I'll be that person. What we do, we have done, tried to say who is responsible for what early on, who is going to do what, so that we limit scope creep, we limit funds going elsewhere. So we're just saying who is going to be responsible for connectivity, who is going to be responsible for infrastructure cost, and we are saying what speed should you expect as a public service institution. So you see it in we have a dashboard that we've developed, and we're just saying that each and every obligation that you have as a licensee, so we hear things, somebody will say, no, they came, they connected, and it never worked. So upfront, we're saying these are the terms of engagement that we want people to see clearly as to what has been agreed to. So you will see that everything else, insofar as infrastructure and connectivity, the responsibility sits with the network operators. However, there's a caveat you will see later on in the presentation. There are things that we're experiencing on the ground, and it talks to what we're going through nationally, the issues of security, that as a public service institution, you have to provide your own security. And just to give you an example, in Limpopo, 3 schools rejected the connectivity because there's no policing in that area, and they're saying anything shiny, we have criminals. So that is the part that we're still missing, that with infrastructure sabotage and everything else, people, that's where we are saying there are gaps. So you will see here, I just wanted to zoom here, just for the Eastern Cape. The Eastern Cape on its own, it has 3,912 public service institutions that are supposed to be connected. And you will see it has been divided into Department of Health, schools, library, and traditional councils. And this is the trickiest one out of everyone, the traditional councils, this one, followed by the schools. And then health. Library is not much of a challenge. I'll start with the schools. The challenge with the schools, we know that schools, you can only access them for a certain period of time so that you do not disrupt schooling. We've since discovered that with schools, the major challenge as well is that what has been agreed to can only connect the administrator. That's the reality, right? With schools, we have discovered that most of the schools that have been targeted, children do not have devices. That is the reality, right? If you think about it, I don't know about this part it's been a while, you know, most people have 2G, 3G, right? Handset, the small handset, especially 2G. Where I come from, we call them Kongebei, right? So each and every, yes, I know. So each and every pay day for social grants, you buy that phone because it's that cheap and it breaks. It easily breaks. That's why it's called Konge Pay. Zulus, I know they call it Bob Konge Pay. So Konge Pay. So you pay it every pay day. So there is the issue of devices. And I'm using the word devices deliberately because I'm not looking only at handsets. That whilst all this work with connecting schools, connecting health, connecting traditional authorities, because of who you are targeting, those people do not have devices. So you can do all this work, roll out the connectivity, it just sits there. It waits for you to come from Bisho, East London, and go home, and then you'll be able to connect with your fancy phone, right? Because most people cannot access it. So this slide, again, the thing that I want to take away, I'm going to ask humbly that the National Department has been assisting us to reach out to various, provincial structures, and we're having problems with Department of Health. Department of Health, we do not have a person that has been responding. Actually, the National Department of Health wrote to us, they say, the Provincial Department of the Eastern Cape is non-responsive, therefore you cannot continue. That's the reality. So yesterday I met with Ms. Gumeda. I've tried to tell her this. So I'm just saying to you, there is this opportunity. Then with traditional councils, so this is something not unique to the Eastern Cape. And I know most of us are very urbanized, right? So we went to KwaZulu-Natal thinking we're going to connect a traditional council. Thinking, did you hear that? Thinking we're going to connect. We get there, it's the headman's house. Remember, we don't create the list. The lists are created by government officials or whomever. The traditional council sits there. The traditional authority does not have access. Tina, we don't know that we're connecting somebody's house. So there is a disconnect in terms of the lists, and we need to, so this is the work that we're doing so in that space. And the last one being libraries. Libraries, we found out that Department of Sports manages them, local government manages them. So there's a bit of a tussle. And if you think about it, libraries are few, right? And libraries should be easy to connect. But the tussle that you get for connecting a library for us, it's just unnecessary, and we hope to find each other. So I just wanted to share this picture that you will see that the Eastern Cape, there are those plans. You may wonder why the Western Cape has zeros, and like for schools, they rejected the obligations. They wrote a letter, they said, no, we have our own broadband program and we do not need it. And then for Department of Health, they gave us clinics that were in, I think, around Mitchell, like a few places, but here it's almost completed. But here is the kicker, why collaboration is important, Laura. Because we received the letter, they are coming this year, because you can't do it alone. Western Cape comes and says, oops, can you reconsider us? Right? Because there are other priorities that happen. There was the weather that happened that they ruined parts of the Western Cape. Money had to be shifted into those programs. And now we have already made plans of zero. So please, we need to work together that we never find yourself in the zero space, because money does not sit there. So you'll see, next slide please. You'll see on the next slide, here, this is what I was talking about, that this is the challenge when it says public service institution, their responsibility. Think about it. That when we're saying you must make sure that your school or your clinic has electricity and has a running toilet, most of those are not there. You must make sure that there's a security. These are the realities that are there. So the collaboration then is very important, that you will find that another partner is able to fund the security, is able to put a solar-powered solution. For instance, I think yesterday I was sitting with Mbulelo telling me about the solar power solutions that USASA is having. So those are the kind of initiatives that we should not do things alone and in boxes, because these are the challenges that the beneficiaries have, that we know that there's an issue of toilets within the Eastern Cape. Now, I'm towards the end. Next slide, please. So you will see here, I think this summarizes everything that was said by Laura. We are saying that what is critical is the coordination, the multi-stakeholder coordination. We have tried it, we have attempted to do it, but it's very difficult because there is misalignment. People have expectations. They are saying, this is what the members can deliver. They say, they can deliver a TERS. The person says, no, I want a Rolls Royce with extra hot seats, right? And you know, and the person that is saying that does not know even how the school looks like. So we are really, we worked on this so much. As a result, today, I will be signing an MOU with the DG of DCDT just to make sure all the partners are in agreement. So ECDC as well will reach out to yourselves. And then there's this issue of management of data, the one that I spoke to you guys, that we have the maps. I'll use that word. The maps do not talk to each other. The information that you'll get from the regulator is different to what you'll get from COCTA, is different to what you're going to get from the provincial government, and the coordinates are so different that a person that has already been appointed went to Free State and got there and says, there's nothing here. There's not a building, there's nothing, and I have the coordinates. And when we think about it, there's so much we have in terms of maps. You have Google Maps, you have Waze, but from a connectivity, our maps are still lacking. So I'm encouraged to learn that there's a plan to have a map, to go online, but 2028 might be too late. And then I'll talk to these ones later as well. You'll see when I talk to my last slide. I'm talking about the impact of connectivity. This, I think, is known by everyone, that the opportunities that are brought about by digital inclusion. This is something that is known. So I sit as well on the Rhodes, Mandela Rhodes Scholarship panel, and you see the public service delivery part, that one. I was very amazed listening to 2 young doctors that are coming here from the Eastern Cape that are applying for a bursary to study in the UK. These young people have developed apps, one in Kanduli, one in PE, because he mentioned the Dorangins, and we saw the apps, beautiful apps. The purposes of these apps is to educate people that you don't have to bring everything to the clinic or to the hospital. You can deal with it yourself. But here's the kicker. People cannot access the apps, and they have been zero-rated by ICASA because some of them, they'll say, but how can I trust an app? I don't know how to download it on my phone. Oh, my phone is not fit for purpose. So those are the things that practically people are doing on the ground, but it's not reaching the targeted audience. Next one, I don't want to talk to employment. I think you did a wonderful job there. So here is my favorite of all slides. So here, we're saying we can do all these things, roll out infrastructure, have things on the ground, have fiber, have Wi-Fi, but if a person does not have the correct device, tough luck. So just to demonstrate to you what happens. So if you have a 4G handset, you have not paid less than 2,000 rands, correct? Tell me who has bought a 4G handset less than 2,000 rands. If you have a 5G handset, you have not paid less than 20,000 rands, correct? Now, ECDC, Liquid, Vodacom, MTN, they're doing all these fancy things. How? Remember, connectivity follows the device. The person has a 2G handset. So this is the practical thing that is happening in South Africa, saying we require low-cost devices that are 4G. As a start, then we can move to 5G. Here is the challenge, is that currently devices, the components, have what is called, in simple English, luxury tax, which is ad valorem tax. So think of it this way. Your device that you have, your fancy phone, Samsung, whatever iNES it is, that device, you pay for it, it gets taxed for VAT, right? Before it comes to South Africa, it has already been taxed for custom duties, right? And then it gets taxed for ad valorem tax, which is luxury tax. So in South Africa, we see connectivity and devices as a luxury good. Even those ones, those ones, Xeon, whatever, the one that has an X, the components, the things that makes it a 4G, is treated as a luxury good. So in my mind, when I think of luxury good, I think I cannot afford my Xhosa socks, they're 400 rand. So I never think of a handset, right? I cannot afford whatever. So I never think that a handset can be taxed as a luxury good. So we have been earnestly lobbying, and I'll use that word, I love lobbying national government to ensure that 2G and 3G handsets are prohibited in South Africa as a start. Transition that we don't have 2G, 3Gs handsets in South Africa, move them out, and remove, in South Africa, ICASA has something called type approval, and remove the type approval certificate for those handsets. Introduce cheaper handsets. Yes, there are cheaper handsets for 4G. There's one that was launched about a month ago. It cost 200 rand, but it's still not 4G. It's a feature phone. It's a long story about feature phone. It's a feature phone, the 4G handset, and it's highly subsidized, and it's locked to a network, and it has so many rules behind it. Therefore, all this beautiful work that people of the ECDC and everyone is doing will never be realized. So we're encouraged that current minister has listened, and we now have to put a proposal before National Treasury as to how they can remove at least the luxury tax part of it, the luxury tax part of it. And this is the last slide, just the luxury tax part of it. And we're saying to them, if you want to test how the digital connectivity impacts the economy, just do it for 2 years. Just relax the tax for 2 years. We know you have to make money. And remember this, colleagues, as I'm standing here, I'm not speaking on behalf of manufacturers, but it's that thing that there are networks that is running. There's expectation that network needs to be utilized. And we're saying people are not, there's only less 20% of people that are connected nationally. The rest of the people are still sitting on 2G handsets. The rest of the people are still sitting on 3G handset, and therefore we are saying that these are the things that we're recommending in order for people to enjoy the connectivity that has been rolled out. Program Director, I thank you very much. And I know I can talk about connectivity the whole day. It's my favorite topic. And thank you, Laura. We will be in touch. I am very much encouraged by this topic.
It's a pleasure, Ma. That's Gauteng and Eastern Cape saying thank you at the same time. That's what happened right there. Thank you for that amazing talk. to just make sure that we flow into the next conversation, we will now have a virtual message. But before that, I just want you to look at this guy. For any information that you need, this should be on tables. You can scan the QR code. Here there's Imbizo Events 2025 calendar and what the program looks like for today as well. And then I just want to acknowledge the chairperson of MICT, Mr. Simpio Tobela, who is here. It's great to see you and have you here, sir. And it was a powerful talk. My favorite part of the talk is the world needs more women telling men what to do. That first slide, when you saw all those boardroom members, I think that was amazing to see. So now we're going to move on and we're going to speak about inclusion in ICT, especially around people with disabilities and making sure we leave no one behind. And to bring this talk online, it will be Ms. Nomonde Gongleka Siopa, I hope that's correct, and she is the ICT policy and regulatory practitioner of Amagugu A2 Concepts and Digital Consulting. So can we please, even if she can't hear us on her side, put our hands together. Over. Apologies for the delay. We will start in a few seconds. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Bati, when you go looking for silver, you'll find gold. And my other cap that I wear is the Tangible Africa cap. So while we're sorting this out, just for a few seconds, we were speaking about AI yesterday. And in artificial intelligence, we are seeing how the human innovation and creativity allows for that to happen. So there's a short clip, a 1-minute clip that we're going to show for Coding for Mandela. For Mandela Day, we did a coding project across the country. We reached 32,000 learners, and they did a dance. Now, the song you're going to hear, the lyrics, the instrumental, the voice, is all artificial intelligence. And this is just to give an idea of what the future may look like. People spoke about film industry. You never know what might happen. Please go ahead, production.
Linger, freedom's heartbeat growing stronger. South Africa, tales of pain and glee. Madiba jive, dancing spirits free. Equality, equality, dreams and unity. When I say Robben Island, you move backwards. When I say freedom, you move forward. When I say South Africa, move right and raise the flag. When I say Madiba Jai, move left and do the dance. When I say equality, give high fives to your friends. Robben Island. equality, hand in hand we're strong. When I say Robben Island, you move backwards. When I say freedom, you move forward. When I say South Africa, move right and raise the flag. When I say Madiba Jai, move left and do the dance. When I say equality, give high fives to your friends. Robben Island, freedom. South Africa, Madiba Jai, equality. Robben Island, tale of struggle and pride. Freedom song echoes far and wide. South Africa, a land reborn. Madiba Jai, a dance to the dawn. Equality, hand in hand we're strong. When I say justice, shout forever. When I say Robben Island, you move backwards. When I say freedom, you move forward. When I say South Africa, move right and raise the flag. When I say Madiba Jai, move left and do the dance. When I say equality, give high fives to your friends. Robben Island, freedom. South Africa, Madiba Jai, equality. Robben Island, tale of struggle and pride. Freedom song
Thank you very much. Yes,
South Africa,
can we put our hands together for all of those lovely students that show their diversity in South Africa? Hey, my selector. Apparently people were called my selector yesterday. So my selector, thank you very much for that. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We are having some technical difficulties. You know when you announce something that's evident. But we are having technical difficulties. And just apologies for our speaker today because she was one of the people who were affected by the flights situation that happened yesterday that they couldn't land. And we were trying to get it virtual, but we're gonna just do a little swap of the program. I just wanna see if I have eyes on my blind eyes on the team. And for the next part of the program, we're going to bring up someone that a lot of people are happy that they're from the Eastern Cape. It was made mention that sometimes you want a Ferrari, but you have to get a Tez because that's where you're at. Sometimes you want nice socks, but you have to go to Mr. Price for some socks because some socks are very, very quality. I'm not going to say expensive, very much quality. So the person we're going to invite to the stage right now, you guys might have figured it out because you guys are geniuses, is an award-winning designer, entrepreneur, and creative artist, and he is the founder of iMaxhosa Africa. Can we please put our hands together for Mr. Laduma Ngokolo? He should be somewhere here. Is he entering? Is he entering? I can't see team. Kutiwani online. Because I can speak about other things. You know, I have a lot of additional things to add. Can I get a thumbs up from someone regarding Uputladuma? All right, they're on their way. Mr. Motse, I think we can show clips of Ulanduk, our Nika group, and just as a reminder for the competition that's happening. So can you please show the clip of Nika? And to remind people, there's a 2,500 Rand competition running. So when you have a break, go downstairs, enter the tournament, and get going.
You need a resilient, reliable, and secure infrastructure to weather any storm. That's where Nika Technology Group comes in. It's not just about flashy technology, it's about a holistic approach that prioritizes essential areas. We focus on data governance, ensuring sensitive data is properly classified, safeguarded, and accessible only to authorized users. Risk and business impact, we assess the potential impact of cyber threats on your operations and tailor security measures to mitigate those risks. Governance, risk, compliance. We help you meet industry regulations and best practices, ensuring your business stays ahead of the compliance curve. We empower you to mitigate threats while delivering measurable, real-world benefits, keeping you compliant with industry regulations. With our partners, we develop tailored solutions for real-time threat intelligence to stay one step ahead, analyzing data from all your security tools in one nerve center, user behavior analytics to detect unusual activity within your network, and delivering high-performance storage to ensure critical security data is readily accessible. Our evergreen infrastructure leverages the latest security solutions from trusted partners, providing 24/7 monitoring by our expert team of security analysts. With deep knowledge of these solutions, we create impenetrable defenses and ensure your infrastructure remains resilient, reliable, and secure. Nika's expertise leads to lower costs, higher ROI, and reduced downtime, driving productivity, employee morale, enhanced business continuity, and improved regulatory compliance. Don't gamble with your company's future. Partner with Nika Technology Group and build your resilient, reliable, and secure fortress today.
Nika Technology Group. One person is going to receive a really, really beautiful prize from them. Okay, so we are ready for our next speaker. As I mentioned, he is a creative, he is a globally renowned designer, and they are making amazing fashion items, and right here from the Eastern Cape, can we please invite Mr. Laduma, CEO of Umaxhosa Africa.
Molweni Monty. Manibulise kuzo zonke delegates that are here in the house tonight. I think first of all, I have to express my gratitude to the ICT Summit team for inviting a creative to come and present how ICT is helping us grow our business. Ndibulele Uwe Baumutse for always following our journey. You know very well where we come from. Technology is a very important aspect of growing our business. We don't take it for granted, especially in this age group that we are in. Today I'm here with our managing director, Ulihle Ngqini, who just happens to be my young sister as well. Keeping it in the family. East London is home to me from mother's side, so it's always very exciting to come over and share our journey over here. I'm not sure if the presentation is ready. IT, please load it. Point of correction, the word CEO is too much of a fancy title for me. I am the Chief Creative Director of Umaxhosa. I haven't reached that level of talking about numbers and corporate jargons. Today I'll be sharing how technology is advancing our business, but firstly I have to share where I come from. I'm from a Gqeberha, from a creative family called the Ngqokolo family. On your far right is my father and grandfather. That some of you would know as Mike Ngqokolo, known to be a prominent music composer of the 60s and 70s. On your left is my late mother, who literally taught me how to do knitwear when I was 15 years old. And that is one of her work. On the right, she started a small business in New Brighton, had a small clientele, but unfortunately she had to commit to marriage and lost that skill. In 2001, she bought a knitting machine again for 150 rand. And I remember vividly when she bought that machine. Actually, we were supposed to buy TV because we grew up in a home without a TV. We ended up buying this knitting machine, which looked odd to us. But the word that she left me with was that, do you know that you can build a global luxury brand with this machine? And that day, when we got home, she bought it from the Salvation Army. I helped her assemble that machine, and then because I was an inquisitive young boy, I ended up knitting scarves with her, and she taught me how to design, source material, and all of that. In high school, I decided to do design, not knowing that the knitting, which was a secret, you all know how taboo it is for a black boy to make clothes, a lokshin. But we grew up doing beadwork. We grew up learning about Xhosa anthropology. Xa nisigezela nithi singamaXhosa diluted by, so knowing anthropology for us is super exciting, because isintu sisibona emicimbini. So after she passed, we kept on doing fashion as a small child-headed home family. My old sister, who's next to me, was the one that had like big passion for fashion. So I ended up emulating her. I ended up learning a lot from her. In high school, I did textile design, and I continued to do textile design at Technology University as well, at the Nelson Mandela University. I did 4 years, up to a master's level in London. I got a scholarship there. And on my last year in Nelson Mandela University, I entered a global design competition. I was lucky enough to be the global winner of that competition. And that was a great stepping stone, because I got invited to present the concept that I came up with for my thesis project. So my thesis project was based on how do we solve community problems with design. So my approach was pretty simple, yet dynamic. So when I was 18 years old, as a person that is passionate about fashion, as a person that knew how to make clothes from scratch, I didn't like the clothes that our parents bought us. Your Pringles Scotland, Leyland Scott. I was like, this is too traditional. This is too Scottish. SingamaXhosa, why don't we develop our own motifs, designs, but take a different angle and take traditional Xhosa beadwork motifs and patterns, the whole cultural essence, and convert it to modern clothes. So instead of looking like this, my approach was to change this look to this. And so the competition yet design opened doors for me. I even went back to London and became a judge of this competition for several years. That was after I finished my master's course at St. Martin's. St. Martin's is known to be a global leader when it comes to design education. Your Stella McCartney and Alexandra Wang, Jimmy Choo, they all come from that school. Because I wanted to learn more about technology, I chose a course called Material Futures. Material Futures is a course where you learn how to design for the next 100 years. Some of the speculations that you used to learn about is that in the next 100 years, people are not going to be wearing clothes. People are going to wear your nanotechnology, functional clothing, and therefore science is part of what we do as well in order to make sure that we give our customers clothes that offers multiple functions that are beyond covering your body. And so right after I graduated, I decided that let me move back to South Africa. I moved to Johannesburg. Tech, my clicker is not working. Thank you. And so in 2011, literally, I went to several GFIs and financial institutions to get funding to start the business. Unfortunately, I couldn't get help because I came from a child-headed home, so there were no securities that I could offer. But here's a compelling story. I approached the Nelson Mandela University Innovation and Technology Department. The first action that they did for me was they transferred my IP to a private company that I started. And I got incubated for about a year and a half by multiple mentors that helped me take my career to the next level. After a year, I left the Innovation Hub. And of course, I integrated a lot of technological system within the business to make sure that I make my design processes as vast as possible, as easy as possible. Of course, working as a one-man show for first 5 years of the business, you need the perfect systems in place. And I was able to create e-collections from the initial concept that I started. Of course, in that time, 2011, 12, 13, when I started, you literally had to know each and every journalist in order to be written about. You had to know boutique owners in order to be stocked in certain stores. But then I realized that the digital age was coming, and therefore I joined Facebook. And that was a platform that I used a lot to connect with our customers because I was doing something that was very new and not so easy to accept in the industry because it had like a very cultural connotation, super colorful. So boutiques didn't really easily pick up what I was doing. So I had to use my own digital platforms to get the brand to connect directly with our customers. And of course, I had to travel around the world and explore some other platforms to market our product. And of course, collaboration it still is a very important aspect of our business that we use to grow our business. 2 weeks ago, here in East London, we established a partnership with Tile Africa, which is known to be a pioneer of e-tiles in South Africa. We have a range of tiles that you can go and view at the newly revamped Tile Africa here in East London. And they were the first one to have that collection in East London. I don't know why. Coincidentally, we did the launch 2 weeks ago, and we have a 5-year partnership. So some of the platforms and brand partnerships that we have is what we use as leverage to stretch the possibilities that we have within our brand. And fortunately, textile design does give you that ability to explore the brand in various ways. So currently, we've got a homeware, well, we call it lifestyle portfolio, where we sell umbrellas, carpets, throws, and multiple other homeware products. We haven't established a store yet, but doing that very soon. Currently, as some of you might know, we have a store at Mall of Africa, Waterfront, Cape Town, Oceans Mall in Durban. Very interesting fact, our second biggest market in South Africa is KZN. Gqeberha, of course, we couldn't leave them out. We are at OR Tambo at the duty-free area where Burberry used to be. 5 months ago, we opened in New York. So basically, of course, social media presence is one of our key front-facing part of the business, because that's where people get to view us from a global perspective. So Instagram is something that I started 10 years ago from a company level, and we've grown our following to 306,000. And interesting fact is that we are the most followed African luxury brand on social media. And we leverage this platform to make sales. Most of our sales with social media come from Instagram, not so much on Facebook. Facebook has fallen back on a lot of things, but we still use it to communicate with our customers. And the ones on X always complain about prices. We know them with their alias accounts. The first website that I ever had online, which actually springboarded us to a good digital footprint, which gave us insight actually of where our sales were coming from and what type of people were buying from us. So ECDC sponsored my first website, which gave me the opportunity to actually connect with our customers. And then we realized over the past 10 years that most of our sales outside South Africa were coming from New York. And specifically, those people that buy from us are your Haitians and West Africans, your Ghanaians, Nigerians. So that platform gave us a very good idea on how we should market and make sure that we stand out in the digital space. And literally, when I started with that website, we also had a silly idea of making sure that we acknowledge what our brand stands for. So we made our website possible to read in isiXhosa as well, which I think is something that your Googles are pushing. Xhosa content or any native languages are being pushed online, because we've come to a time where now even people in the rural areas are super active on TikTok. I think to relay a message is that let's acknowledge our native languages as well and integrate them within technology, because other people want to participate. Of course, we've advanced our website and made it quite easy for people to navigate. Now, Banbaga X. Bakalil. Shopify is a platform that we use a lot to push our sales, because it's a software that is globally versatile, especially in territories like America. Of course, we still do have a lot of limitations with it because of the regulations. Chairman of ICAS, I hope you are listening. There are some sort of red tapes that we often encounter when it comes to these technology platforms that we are using. And we are hoping that some of those things can be loosened up swiftly, because the technology is moving faster than our consciousness. And I look forward to hear some of the insights that you will share with us today. Other platforms that have been helping us a lot, especially this year. One fact to note is that globally, luxury sales have dipped down a bit, which is informed by a lot of factors. A lot of high-end brands are constantly adjusting their prices up, like Chanel and Louis Vuitton. So people have taken a step back a bit from buying luxury products. Even Nati as well, we don't exercise that a lot like other global players are doing, because in the day, majority of our trade happens in rands. Hopefully that we can convert majority of it in dollars in the future. So we use a lot of your Happy Pay, PayFlex platforms that help us get consumers to be able to purchase on credit with third party and then pay in installments. That helps them a lot. Of course, transactions are a very important part of our sales. And one that is we've been struggling with. I am putting it out there in the universe, which is a very important platform, Apple Pay. The Apple Pay, you don't see it much in a lot of websites in South Africa, but literally, I've spent a couple of months this year in New York. Everyone transacts with the Apple Pay because you get to not go through the snag of putting in your details, your address, a lot of time-taking processes. Yes, in South Africa, we are patient with that, but in countries like America, people don't have patience at all. Just wants to transact with their Face ID and just monitor the products on their way to their home. So I hope that that platform, Apple Pay, will be integrated into our ecosystem quite soon. One of the platforms that has helped us very well as well is virtual showcases. As you know, a lot of fashion shows happen in physical format. We've tried as a brand to do those platforms as virtual as much as we can, but unfortunately, we've showcased in a platform called Paris Fashion Week, and some of those people want you to showcase physically. We tried one platform in 2020 with the New York Fashion Week, and the results were amazing. We had over 300,000 hits on a fashion show, and when we broadcasted this fashion show, it was on a YouTube platform that we recorded from our studio in Johannesburg, but we had about 15,000 people that were watching live from New York. So some of those platforms have helped us very well. And of course, YouTube offers a lot more. So with some of these platforms, we are trying to build relationships with them so that we can leverage some of the opportunities that they have as much as we can. And also brand collaborations in order to expose our brand to other cultural groups within South Africa. But, you know, I don't want to share the good stories only. Online is quite a dangerous space to operate in. So we get a lot of online scams. So cybersecurity is something that we are trying to explore, not just from a business level, from a personal level on my side as well, because on a daily basis, I get calls from public figures, from customers, asking me about someone that had called them that says that they are impersonating me or the brand. I'm sure you've seen some of the counterfeits on the street. I would like to have a conversation about cybersecurity. If there's anyone that specializes in that, it's become one of our highest priority as a company. technologies in production that we're exploring as well, which cuts a lot of snags. As you know, in luxury, precision is one of the most important aspects of developing products. So we are dabbling with softwares such as Claw, where you can like design in 3D format, and the software can output the pattern without having a pattern maker. That ensures you precision, and you can be able to see the look before you actually manufacture it. It helps because you don't have to experiment with prototypes and samples. It's quite a technology that we are taking our time to adapt to as South Africa, but a lot of countries around the world, like Turkey and China, are already exploring these technologies very fast. And of course, Adobe is an ecosystem of e-package that we've implemented within the company. Most design studios do actually use the Adobe suites, and they are expanding as much as they can. Research is a huge part of our business because we have to know what is happening in the market in order for us to adapt and make sure that we are going the right direction and giving our customers what they want. And buying, we don't have a lot of resources in South Africa, but we do our utmost best as a brand to make sure that we source and bring in some of those technologies in-house. Softwares like Asana for HR are some of the things that we're exploring. But of course, as a medium-sized business, you have to grow to the next level. So we are trying to explore human resource systems that can help us monitor our workflow system. We've grown to an organization of over 300 individuals. And therefore, one of our most difficult jobs is managing people. And we are in a mission, actually, to acquire a manufacturing business that is here in East London, which was established in 1967. That is an opportunity for the province and for us, yet job creation. Ultimately, when I started the business, I've always desired to bring manufacturing of the business in the Eastern Cape. So in the next few months will be the most compelling journey for us. And last but not least, we've just established a foundation called Lindelwa Foundation, which is named after our late mother. On the 26th of December, we'll be hosting a golf day. I hope you're listening, Putmutse, because I am summoning you to be present. We are doing a golf day, a fundraising to help society with the Magongo Trust. We will need your support there. And we are here to network to make sure that our presence in East London grows as much as possible. It doesn't have to grow within design. Every sector that is relevant in our space is definitely the individuals that we want to connect with. Thank you so much.
Aibo, we can do better than that. Nakoli is the Chief Creative Director. That was an amazing, amazing share. And one of the things that you could go and experience at a conference is all the businesses talking about what the businesses do, all the great innovations, all the advancements. But those businesses are built by real people. And sometimes it's so important for us to see the person's journey because everyone is at some point in their journey. And they have to hear those stories to see where you can come from and what is possible. Yesterday, we spoke about shifting the African narrative, where when we talk about African products, it's not as a lesser than, but is equal or even more. So for the ex-users, which is including myself, one day, Nati, we're going to build ourselves to that platform. When we look at that price, like, oh, of course, no, 420 or whatever the case may be. And I have a new catchphrase I like, passion for fashion. I love that. There's a passion for fashion, and fashion doesn't only mean clothing, textile, tiles, etc. So let's be creative. And then he also mentioned we are here to network. We're here to have conversations. And you never know what links may happen. So you might look at the traditional, this is how we go, and we only work in this industry. But you might be wanting to talk to someone else about something that's very, very powerful. And keep it in the family. I was in the Western Cape, and we were at a great farm. And this farm has had a new CEO. The new CEO shares the same surname as the previous CEO, and the previous CEO, and the previous CEO, and that's what we want to start seeing. As we move along, I'd like us to now invite up our next speaker, who will be talking about this thing of youth entrepreneurship. So can we please bring up Mr. Songezo Masizo? He's the General Manager at MTN Eastern Cape region of regional operations, and he'll be discussing nurturing youth and MSMEs development and fostering sustainability in a competitive market landscape. Can we put our hands together, please?
Thank you so much, Clarence. Is it still the morning? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The chairperson of ICASA, good morning, sir. Pamela and your leadership team, your management team. The CEOs still present today with us. Captains of industry, delegates, good morning to everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Program Director. Colleagues, indeed, I am the leader of MTN in the Eastern Cape, newly appointed leader of MTN in the Eastern Cape. I recently joined this region from the 1st of September. But I'm not new to the yellow brand. I've been around from 2018, but I've been around in the industry for just over 20 years. Some of you in the room I've met in my past. I used to be based here some years ago. It's great to be back at Klamel at the ICT conference, ICT Summit. It's been a long time for me. But we were there when it started, right from the beginning. I met Klamela recently at my office in PE, and we started having conversations about myself joining this conference this year. And we had a slightly different conversation as Nomvuyo about what I will come and share here to what the topic is today. Klamela wanted to bring in a little bit of a background, 20-year background as to where we come from. But then at the same time, I do understand that you'd like me to touch on this topic of youth and SMEs. And I take it that the reason that why, Klamela, you wanted me to touch on this is because of my previous portfolio. So, ladies and gentlemen, I used to be the lead for MTN South Africa for SME as a segment for the past 4 years. So I suppose I'm relevant in that sense, Klamela, right? But I was starting to forget that business, Klamela. I'm counting recharges now, right? That's a business I lead now in the Eastern Cape. By far, it's mainly about the consumer business. And obviously, the enterprise business is part of my business, which is under Soli. And I'm also responsible for the fintech business as well. And lastly, then the network side of this. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm not here to talk about that, but rather maybe to share a little bit. It was supposed to be a panel, actually. Let me also declare. The initial plan was that this was supposed to be a panel led by some other colleagues, and I would have joined. As a result, I do not have a presentation, so forgive me about that. I'll talk a little bit about what I see in the space of youth, as well as micro and small, medium enterprises from my perspective, and what can we do together in building this space. So that's really what I'll be sharing. I won't be long, really. So I think let me start here Some of us may be aware, or may not be aware, that in South Africa we've got about 2.7 million SMEs, both micro as well as small and medium enterprises. It's the biggest segment of the enterprise market if you compare that between SME, public, as well as private sector. Massive contributor, contributes about 40% to the GDP. So it's a massive market. Here's the challenge, though, amongst the challenges that I'll talk about and what can we do. About 70 to 80% of these businesses that I've just mentioned now, they fail within the first 5 years of existence. That's the biggest challenge for us as a country. There's many reasons why they fail. The global standard is at 50%. So one of the things, or one of the areas of focus when we as an organization said, what can we do to contribute in this country around the SME space, was that let us try and contribute to bringing down the failure rate to about a 50% or 60% from the current 70, 80% levels. And that will bring about sustainability in the sector. That will bring about development, which is mainly the topic. That's one of the areas or one of the things we can do. But I'll talk a little bit about what is it that we can do as a society. So I think that's problem statement number one. And I can talk about what are the reasons. I think many of us know about the reasons of access to market, access to finance, access to infrastructure as one of the hindrances why this sector therefore is struggling. But let me start about the youth side first, because this topic is about both youth as well as the micro as well as SMEs. And by the way, in that 2.7 million SMEs that I've mentioned, 97% of that market is mainly sitting in the micro as well as the small. So you can imagine why then the failure rate in the first 5 years is so high, because these are these very small businesses that when the policy is not right, when the governance is not right in the country, when the access to finance, all these weird and wonderful things we talk about, when they're not right, they are the mostly impacted in that aspect of the failure rate. But let me start with the youth first. The youth in South Africa is probably the mostly impacted from an unemployment perspective. Today we're sitting with about 46% unemployment rate, or well, it was 46% in Q2 of this year. 46% unemployment rate youth. We've grown Kamela a little bit, or we've done better a little bit in Q3. It's now sitting about just over 45%. So we've clawed back a percent, which we really celebrate and appreciate. However, it's still very high. We are amongst the biggest globally in terms of our unemployment rate as South Africa. And therefore it means then the youth in South Africa, the right space for the youth in South Africa is probably not in employment, is absolutely in entrepreneurship. And we have a role in this room, all of us, to create a space for youth to go into entrepreneurship. Now, when we talked about the youth back then and the youth of today, completely different in how we approach things. The youth of today, if I scan the room, I can tell you most of us here have got kids whom are youth today. You get my point? And your kids in your own homes, how they engage with technology, how they engage in about doing business in their own way is completely different to how we did it in the past. Where I'm going with this is that technology is therefore at the center of the youth in entrepreneurship. Digital technology or digital ways of doing things is at the center of them doing business. If we don't create the space, both from a private sector perspective, government perspective, the youth is not going to go into entrepreneurship. And therefore, what it will do, it will increase the unemployment rate even further. But the worst thing is that because of globalization, the very same youth can find opportunities elsewhere. outside the country, because today you can actually operate an organization. Laduma just spoke just now. He's operating as a South African, he's operating businesses outside of South Africa. The danger with that is that the youth of tomorrow can actually go and operate businesses outside of South Africa. If the environment in Botswana, in Zambia, is conducive and so on and so on. I'm not even talking in Europe, just in some of the African states. If the environment, the policies of those countries are better than ours, their ways of doing things digitally are better than ours, you can imagine what could happen therefore. Unemployment rate does not get better, but more importantly, we start to see the entropy, the SME space dwindling out of our country. And that then means this is a sector that contributes 40% to our GDP. Look, then it can tell you what's going to happen therefore to our GDP. So that for me is one of the critical points. So let me just touch on a couple of things, and I'll touch on what can we do as a society, both business as well as private sector, government and private sector. I spoke about some of the challenges that are obviously facing the sector around access to finance, digital infrastructure and skills, market access, competition, policy and regulation, and capacity building. I think those are some of the challenges that are facing the youth. But here are the opportunities for the youth in entrepreneurship. The youth has got an opportunity to go into what we call emerging technology. I think earlier on there was a talk about what can we do with AI. Definitely the youth has got an opportunity and around that space of AI, IoT, and cloud computing specifically. Because these are the people that are actually taking advantage of this technology. They may not call it AI themselves. They may not call it cloud computing, but they are the right people that are consuming such technology in our own homes. But they're just not using it to run businesses. They're not even realizing, the youth of today sometimes, they're not even realizing that such technology that they are the biggest consumer of they can actually use to actually come up with innovative solutions in our society. Green tech as well as sustainability, what we term in our corporates ESG, enterprise, social, and governance. The youth plays a critical role there in developing solutions or leading in the space of developing renewable energy solutions, e-waste management, as well as any other green solutions. They're probably, again, youth is probably the best area to develop solutions in that space. We talk about localized innovation. When we talk about localized innovation, we talk about from a local government space. The youth can probably solve a lot of our problems that perhaps our ward councillors, our mayors are grappling with today. If we can just ensure that we involve, from a local government perspective, we involve the youth in our programs, involve the youth in council, and be practical in doing that, we can probably solve a lot of our problems that we're grappling with by making use of technology, as it were. Let me just maybe talk about some of the actionable strategies that we can do today together to try and nurture the space or try and create space for the youth as well as the micro SMEs. Definitely, we have a role to facilitate access to affordable infrastructure, digital infrastructure. I think there were a couple of speakers right from yesterday, even today, talking about how we are developing infrastructure in the Eastern Cape, how we're ensuring that there is digital infrastructure in the Eastern Cape, both from a public perspective, the SOEs, as well as the private sector. And that is going to ensure that there's enough infrastructure, not just only in the urban areas, but also in the rural areas, to actually promote or to actually encourage development, youth development or entrepreneurship, even in the rural areas. We'll be amazed with so many ideas that can come out from those areas, but it's just that they are hamstringed by digital infrastructure. And therefore, I think that's a task that we have to expand our broadband access in the rural areas, as well as the underserved areas, to ensure that we create equitable opportunities for youth entrepreneurship in those spaces. Ensure that data costs From an MTN perspective, we need to ensure that data costs are affordable for all, especially for the youth, especially for those underserved areas, to ensure that we can use that as a catalyst for growth. Promote financial inclusion, very important, to introduce microloans, grant programs, specifically targeting the youth. Companies like ours, we develop digital platforms to help the youth entrepreneurs. For an example, recently, Klamela, we developed something when I was still leading the SME division. We developed something we call the SME Hub. It's an ecosystem that the SMEs can access for free. The platform gives you tools and access to finance. It gives you access to infrastructure. It gives you access to skills. It gives you access to technologies that you can use, digital marketing technologies that you can use to enhance your business. I think that's what I mean by promoting financial inclusion, to ensure that the youth and SMEs can find ways where can they get finance, but make sure the process is easy. We've got an MTN Momo app. In the MTN Momo app, you can even access SME microloans. At the click of a button on an app, and you're able to access a loan without going through all these normally what we go through, whether through the banks or whatever other development finance institutions. So that's what I mean by promoting a financial inclusion, is to create these platforms, digital platforms, to even enhance or bring in about money for the youth or the entrepreneurs to be able to invest in their businesses and grow their businesses. Definitely invest in education as well as in skills development. I think it's quite key. However, I'll challenge the sitters. We need to therefore change our approach around what type of skills development, what type of education that we are doing as sitters. It needs to be relevant for the future. Today, we may be skilling our youth or skilling our entrepreneurs on things that are probably going to be irrelevant in the next 6 months or a year. How do we then change our approach? But then I even take it further in the schooling system. We change our curriculum to talk to the needs of the future. Why not start AI, IoT, cloud computing at a school level? I think I've seen it in the private sector, definitely, when they talk about teaching kids coding. What's stopping us from a public enterprise, public service perspective, DOE perspective, to do the same? Because the majority of our kids, the youth, are actually going to be coming out of the public system versus the private system. And therefore, we need to augment what we're doing in the private sector to actually touch in those underserviced areas, as it were, so that the impact is much bigger. The leveraging of the PPPs, I think it was spoken about earlier on, the public-private partnerships, very, very key to drive and foster collaboration between governments, corporates, as well as NGOs to really fund and support the youth SMEs in this space. And very important, and I spoke about this, the dangers of not focusing on this, on simplifying regulatory and policy framework. I spoke about this. The impact is huge, and that we'll start to see the 2.7 million SMEs dwindling out of our country, both existing as well as new SMEs entering the market. They will start to enter the market elsewhere and not necessarily in South Africa. And therefore, we're starting to see both new entrants of SMEs not actually registering, but registering elsewhere, as well as even the existing SMEs taking their business elsewhere, because the environment from a regulator as well as a policy framework is much, much conducive in those environments. So we've got to advocate for those in streamlining the licensing, tax benefits, reducing the compliance for startups. One of the challenges that the startups are encountering is basically the compliance relating to startups. I know that there are organizations out there that are focusing on supporting SMEs around compliance. That's their job that they do. The fact that we even have a business today, someone has got a business today to help SMEs on compliance, it says there's a problem, right? Because that should not be the case. So I think those are some of the things that we definitely need to address. Promoting technology adoption as well as innovation, I think I spoke about that. It's mainly about cloud computing or promoting access to cloud computing, IoT, as well as AI tools. But I think the practical ways we can do it as well is to maybe create centers of excellence in certain parts of our province, not just mostly in the urban parts of our province. Go to Mthatha, go to Etsomo, go to these areas and say, here is a piece of technology that the youth can actually touch and feel from an AI perspective, from an IoT perspective, from a cloud computing perspective, so that even someone there can actually relate. What is this AI, IoT technologies that I'm consuming, by the way, every day on my mobile device? But when I actually see IoT solutions, AI solutions on the ground, what actually does that mean? They're able to create a link between what they're consuming to what it can do in them starting their entrepreneurial journey in that sense. So I think there's definitely an opportunity, Camilla, for us to convince the likes of MTN and other telco companies and other players, the Huawei's of this world. How do we establish these centers that are youth-based, but bring the actual technology at these centers to actually encourage that we're promoting the adoption or the technology adoption in that space. Encouraging the market access and cloud link and global linkages. I made an example about the platform that we launched, the SME Hub from our side. Our intention is basically to expand the reach of these SMEs beyond the borders of where they are, whether it's in the Eastern Cape, whether it's South Africa in this context, and then they can get access to market. So over and above the SME Hub, one of the tools that I think is definitely the future is around marketplaces. So a marketplace, because of the brand that MTN, for an example, has, it will give an SME, a micro SME, a platform to be able to sell their services, not just locally, but rather globally. And that's what I mean by saying we're encouraging market access for SMEs by creating these platforms and taking the services, products and services of the SME, micro SME, and put them on that platform. And that way, the services of that SME can then be known globally and be able to harness the global market in that sense. I'm almost there. Last two, fostering a culture of sustainability and inclusion within the space. In other words, promoting the education and sustainable business practices, such as eco-friendly product methods and ethical supply chains, encouraging the youth entrepreneurs to develop solutions that address local challenges, as I said, such as renewable energy, waste management, access to healthcare, highlight and support the female and marginalized groups to participate in the micro SME space. And I think the last one is one of the things that we can do is basically to create a recognition as well as an incentive programs for the youth. I think it's such platforms, Camilla, that we can actually do that. How do we identify the youth that is in the space of entrepreneurship and be able to recognize them, recognize the work that they do, so that others can see that the work is done by others? I think, if I remember, Camilla, I think there was work done around that space in the past within the ICT Summit. We used to have breakaways, if I remember, that were focusing on entrepreneurship, and I think we need to bring that back. And I don't think I want to put that only in your hands, and I think all of us in this room who have such platforms, we should continue, therefore, to deliver the youth. I think last year, if I'm not mistaken, or the year before, we partnered with yourselves, Camilla, in Sentin. We were driving an SME program. It was an SME Summit. And I think it's those kind of environments where we can have awards and grants and be practical and have money, give SMEs money to be able to invest in their businesses and recognize them. And that's one of the things I think definitely we need to do. And ensure that we create linkages as well between SMEs as well as big business. What we call in corporate having a mentor or a sponsor, we should do the same for entrepreneurs, especially micro businesses. How about I take this business and link it with this other business, and this other business, bigger business, has got a role to develop this entrepreneur in their journey, through their supply chain practices, through them making sure that this SME actually gets business through their networks. And I think those are some of the things that are very, very important. And I think in closing, ladies and gentlemen, really the call to action or the job to be done really is really about, in the government space, how we create an enabling environment for youth with the streamlined regulations and incentives that are indicated, investing in infrastructure as we're already doing, as highlighted by the department yesterday, and alongside all the organizations that were highlighted that are investing in infrastructure, broadband infrastructure in the province, and ensure that we can have equitable digital access. The second one is obviously corporate and as well as industry leaders, fostering a partnership really in the youth, with youth as well as micro SMEs, integrating them in the value chains, practically so, not just a lip service, me standing here or anyone else standing here and saying that we are changing our supply chain processes to be favorable for micro SMEs, but then we don't pay them on time, or the payment terms are the same as any other corporate. That will not work. The payment terms perhaps for an SME should be much, much different to a corporate, because the corporate can able to sustain themselves, whereas 2 days, 10 days, 15 days, an SME not being paid is it's a massive impact. So that's what I mean by saying that we should integrate them into our value chain. And I think in that space, we should then learn from them as micro SMEs on how we can use technology to be able to improve our supply chain processes, to talk to them rather than talking to us in that sense. And ensure that we provide a mentorship as well as support for their growth through corporate social investment. I think I spoke about that just now. How do we create linkages between their micro SMEs as well as with big business, but also use our CSI programs. At MTN, we use the MTN Foundation. We drive a lot of skills development for the youth specifically, as well as the micro SMEs. Those are some of the initiatives that we as corporates and industry leaders can do. And last but not least, and this is talking to the youth entrepreneurs, to the youth entrepreneurs in the room, you need to embrace innovation. You need to focus on solving local problems and leverage the ICT to build a resilient business. That is actually the future. I think my last words is that the power is in your hands, literally. The power is in your hands, because the technology we're talking about is actually in your mobile device that you use today. You just need to understand that power in your hands to be able to infuse that in your business and be able to take your business to a future. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
I sound like a broken record saying we can do that much better every time I have to come on stage. That was an amazing, amazing talk. And we are happy that MTN is saying the mentorship role. So it's not us asking. MTN is saying that organizations and big companies need to play that mentorship role. So let us hold them to that as well. So young entrepreneurs, please open those conversations up. The door has been opened. It's for you to enter in right now. So next on the program, we're going to do a little prize giving. Last night we had our gala dinner, and some people were just getting prizes and awarded for the work they've been doing with the ICT Summit. So I'd like to actually call up our chairperson, Mr. Motsa-Fuleni, and he's going to do a short prize giving before we go to our next speaker. Can we put our hands up together for our chairperson?
Thank you so much. Colleagues, we must apologize for something that is beyond our control. We have a lot of our speakers, guests, that were stuck in aircrafts the whole of yesterday. And I just got notification that some are not even able to leave East London. What that has done, it has seriously disrupted our program. For an example, the portfolio chairperson for the National Department, DCDT, was meant to give the keynote last night, Honorable Kusala Diko. She could not land. People like Mr. Andrew Matseke were sitting in aircrafts. The first one was rerouted to Durban. They were stuck there for 4 hours. Another aircraft rerouted to Gqeberha. They were stuck there. So we sincerely apologized for some of you because you may have been looking forward to some of those presentations. We think that's important. But on the good note, we have been fortunate when the broadband and digital infrastructure movement started in South Africa. In those early discussions we've had in the ICT Summit, we'll probably notice the trend that we work on these 5-10-year cycles. So we had a discussion that broadband is coming, we need to move and start the conversation. The Digital Council, led by Juanita Clark, has become one of those important stakeholders that have played a role in providing strategic direction, content, and input in some of the issues that have been important elements of the broadband rollout, including all those stakeholders that work in that space. That list is long in terms of their membership. One of the things also we discussed, very important, led by them, if you recall that in some of the local government areas, you have projects that got hijacked, were stopped by various groups calling themselves different names, some commonly known as forums. They led that discussion here in the summit on how we make sure that the inclusion of SMMEs in broadband rollouts, more especially in the rollouts that are done by private sector, how do we manage that? And this morning, it is our great pleasure to invite Juanita Clark on stage and together with Pinky Pala to hand our appreciation to the Digital Council and yourself in particular on the leadership that you've led in the summit. A round of applause for her, please. I thought you were going to say, Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. Takatijeni ngokwani. Malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi. The beauty of New South Africa. Thank you so much, and please share it with, to the board and to yourself. Greatly appreciated. Let's look at that gentleman there for the official pic. You want to say something?
I want to thank you for this incredible platform that you create for us every year, where we can take our voices, and it's always Pinky phones me, and it's always like, you have to be there, you must book your flights. Thank you very much, and thank you for recognizing our work. It's an honor. Thanks, Mr. Mfuleni. Appreciate it. Thank you, Pinky. This is a beautiful bag. Can I give you a hand? Thank you. I'm going to put your hand going down. Thanks.
May we please just celebrate Juanita one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Moving right along. Next, we're going to have a conversation, and this is someone who's been brought up a lot today, especially around regulatory frameworks. And you must know the people who are speaking, so you know what you're going to talk about afterwards. But please don't all cloud him at one time. So next, we're going to have the chairperson of ICASA speaking. That is Mr. Motobi Ramosi, and he'll be talking about shaping the future of digitally connected communities through agile regulations. So the regulations will shift just a little bit. Mr. Motibi, can we please put our hands together for him? Can we please put our hands together for Mr. Motibi? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director. And once more, good morning. Good morning. I'm aware that some of us slept very late, but I think we are fresh this morning. Let me thank the chairperson of the summit for the opportunity again, especially for the regulator, just to come and share some of the thoughts and programs that you are busy with as an institution. I must say that since I've arrived, I've heard quite a lot about challenges that we're facing in this country in relation to connectivity. I heard a lot about training, collaboration, and others. So I'm going to twist my presentation. If I could just ask those that have got a mic, I don't know if there are mics, I just want to get 5 top problems in the Eastern Cape. 5, just top 5. Any volunteer, I just want to get a sense. When I come to Eastern Cape, now I'm in East London. Top 5 problems. I see a hand there. I know that most of you have not participated, so this is going to be a two-way just for the next 5 minutes. I see a hand here. My colleagues will take notes. No statements, just indicate the problem. A problem.
All right.
Just your name and yeah.
Mandlakazi Bigicha. The challenges we're having as e-learning at Nelson Mandela Bay is that schools that have been connected by OTP, the network is not working. It's discoverable, but then you cannot browse anything in all the schools that have been connected. And we saw the report, it says that schools are enjoying, yet they are not enjoying. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, number 2. I said top 5.
Good morning. For me, the biggest issue that needs to be addressed with all the infrastructure that is being built is the issue of vandalism. So I think communities need to be educated about what is being built for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3.
Good morning, everyone. I think the problem or the challenge we are facing in the rural areas specifically is the lack of skills development or inclusivity, because the activities that are exercised in most urban areas are lacking in the rural areas. Thank you.
Number 4. I see we've got others this side. The mic, we've got delegates this side.
Thank you very much. This is Andy Sola from Dabangulu, the most poorest in the country. And one of the challenges that we have is the connectivity, of course, especially coming from one of the most rural areas in the Eastern Cape. So what we wish is that that could be taken into consideration. There are infrastructures, but they're just not enough. Thank you.
Okay. This side, then we're done. 5. Just 5. So I'll get 1 here, this side. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. You can use mine.
Still off, okay. All right. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Luvo Gray from EC Internet. We're an internet service provider providing connectivity throughout the Eastern Cape. So my biggest issue as an advocate for connectivity in our province, we've been doing this for about 4 years now, is that when we go to each and every municipality, we have to have a new license, an ECNS license and an ECS license. So the total cost of that is about 50,000, around about 50,000. So if you multiply that by the 31 municipalities across the Eastern Cape, it becomes a huge cost. So I want to check what is the future of regulation when it comes to ISPs, because if we were to have one provincial license instead of having regional licenses, it will assist us quite more. Thank you.
Okay, Thank you very much. I'll close those 5. And I had to do this because I just needed to find out if there's a problem of training and literacy. I didn't hear that from the top 5. I'm not sure it's because we're talking to technical people in the house and we know what's required, but I didn't hear that. But let's see how it goes. But thanks for those contributions. So I'll start my presentation. I don't know if I can have... Oh yeah, here's enough. Okay. How do I move? All right. Yeah, thank you very much. So colleagues, as I've indicated, I'm from the Independent Communication Authority of South Africa. And for the benefit of those who don't know, perhaps you might have heard that we do have regulators in this country. But ICASA deals mainly with the telecommunication, broadcasting, and postal services. So if you've got any appetite to get into business and your interest is to build a network, which we've been talking about, you need then to have a license. The same applies to your broadcasting, if you want to provide broadcasting services. And with the postal, as you know, we've got South African Post Office in this country, but we regulate the postal sector. Now, what becomes important is once you have that license, you need to adhere to the terms and conditions. So compliance becomes one of the areas that we focus. And we're doing that primarily to make sure that when it comes to services that are provided, there's issue of quality of service, and for your key performance indicators that you commit, you just need to make sure that you stay aligned and you avoid penalties. So in a nutshell, people will say that, are we a policing institution? No, we're a facilitation institution because we want to see transformation happening in those sectors that I've just mentioned. Now, we are driven, I think, by a number of legislative frameworks. I think for many of us, we have had problems, solutions being communicated in different jurisdictions of the world. But for South Africa, it has become important that we define our problem statement. Now, as a regulator, expectations, I think from the top 5 that I've had, you might be asking your question now and say, Chair, we've told you connectivity is a problem. Now the question is, how then should we now as an authority come and respond to that challenge? So it's going to be important in this journey with all the summits that are coming in this province and others to articulate our problems so that as a regulator, when we come with solutions, it's not solutions that are short-term, but there should be futuristics. So I just wanted to put that context. So you'll realize and recognize that there's been a number of policies and interventions that government has put in, one being the NDP. By 2030, it is expected that all South Africans should have access to broadband services. Now the question is, how do we get there? I did indicate we license not only telecommunication, but broadcasting and postal. We have now a mandate to make sure that through this kind of interactions, we get to understand challenges that are being raised now with municipalities, maybe some with the traditional authorities that we have, and to a larger extent, those few citizens that are giving us grief when it comes to issues of vandalism. So in the next 5 years from now, we need to make sure as an authority that we interact with all our licensees and make sure that we accelerate connectivity, not only in the cities, but going down to the underserved communities. So that's what we should be, and that's what we are going to be monitoring as an authority. Again, I think all of us, since 1994, I think post-democracy, it's going to be important, colleagues, that as and when government makes pronouncements, start identifying common issues that are affecting South Africa. Now, since '94, there's been more than 1 million mention on infrastructure, whether it's roads, whether it's electricity, but telecommunication has always been the dominant. Now, what does it say to us? I've heard very carefully about some of our innovators. If you don't have proper infrastructure, some of the dreams that we have might not be realized because you need an interconnected world. Now, without interconnecting ourselves even in the province, we are likely not to achieve our bottom line because ultimately it's all about business. So you'll see that from an economic strategy point of view, infrastructure is something that as ICASA, we're going to make sure that we fast track with all the licenses to make sure that the platforms that we need to sell our products are secured and are available. Now, we know that we're dealing with a digital economy. I've always said to my friends, even at work and family, what is a digital economy? Because, you know, usage of terminologies, for those that are old school, you're coming from analog, now you're into digital. What is this digital? Now, if digital in our own interpretation and definition, it's making things easy, efficient, fast, then it's going to require that those that are designing, those that are involved in research must be smart. Because you cannot deploy technologies advancing a digital economy on technologies that are not based on good standards. So the issue of having and adhering to standards, it's one area that is going to be important in this journey on regulations. Now, earlier on, my colleague from MTN spoke about the SMMEs. It's true. The bulk of what we need to see happening in this country through regulations that we are developing is to see women, youth, people with disability participating equally within the sector. SMMEs being in the forefront, because if I look at the Eastern Cape as well, I've heard from the Premier yesterday, it's becoming important that we eradicate poverty. And where poverty is, it's mainly in our rural areas. And I think making sure that we have participation of rural companies in the value chain, that's how it's going to change the game, and we can actually eradicate poverty and improve jobs as well. Now, what I've heard as well, I think it's going to be important, colleagues, that first for ICASA is to make sure that all the licenses, they connect the unconnected. I think that's the takeoff. Now, that takeoff will require, I've heard a lot about cybersecurity. It's going to be a different game now as an authority. We're going to ensure that even the networks that are being built are built on what we normally call nowadays zero trust architecture. So it mainly saying that, say, Vala, you know, whatever you do, it must be a future-proof, secured infrastructure. I've heard our colleague here, Amaxhosa Clothing. I mean, if you are now going to be doing issues around selling any of your goods on social media platforms, you need security, because it's true, cloning, impersonating, it's something that is taking over our lives. So the issue of how the unconnected are going to be advised, we need to have this chair kind of in Bezos so that we understand those requirements from our villages. I cannot stress the issue of costs. I think those that are developing applications, I'm appealing that even the way that we are going to approach new products and services within the value chain, as a regulator, we are out there to identify which element within the cost model it's actually affecting us when it comes to cost to conduct business. Because when you build a network for the unconnected in a rural, There might not be electricity. You need to negotiate municipalities for the way lives, and most importantly, the technology that you deploy, especially if it's not local. So those are the areas that I'm still appealing even to all the delegates that as we are navigating in the journey to connect the unconnected, should you be aware of elements that are a barrier to cost to communicate, you now have an opportunity to engage with the authority, because it's not just the issue for ICASA. The other area, it's about agility when it comes to regulations and policy. We're coming from an era, I mean, for the past 20 years, there's very little. We've done a little bit of amendments on our regulations and policy. But we recognize that emerging technologies and emerging trends are not actually forcing us. We need to be proactive in making sure that what we wrote in 1994-95, some of the prescripts are no longer relevant because technology has moved. So we need to make sure that for those unconnected, we need to find a better and a faster way to change the rules of the game. Because the barrier for connectivity in some areas is because of the legislations that we still have today. One being the municipalities. All municipalities have got different approach when it comes to you deploying a network for way leaves and many others. So, if agility in what you are going to do is not there, I can assure you, colleagues, you'll be calling and say, but Chair, we want this, but I'm asking you now to say, contribute with some of those. Now, I know that we all want networks, but one of the areas that we're going to be focusing as an authority is to advance digital literacy through partnerships. I think MTN spoke very well about it. You can see that in terms of this collaboration, because we do research, we found that there are platforms, infrastructure in some areas, but some infrastructure is sitting idle because some people don't know how to sell their potato or tomato, because we're talking social media and we've got smartphones. Some of our aunts and uncles still don't know that I can just take a picture of my potato or avocado in Limpopo and then fly that into your internet and then you sell. But to do that, you need to educate, because gone are the days, I think, for us to be relying on legacy way of selling things. So in this journey, whilst we are going to be moving for connecting the unconnected, the academia that are here, I mean institutions as particular, I'm appealing now that we need to have practical digital literacy program so that we can take advantage of the network that still needs to be built. Otherwise, the digital economy that we're building will have networks that are sitting and idling. Now, one important component in this journey are our social partners. I think the unions, because as a regulator, we are always asked questions that when we embrace technology, how then do we protect the very same people that are designing this technology? And I think it goes into how we interpret the future. I've heard people talk about robots, and I keep saying that a robot is designed by a human being. Until such time that we are no longer here in the world as human beings, I don't know which world is that, but I'm sure it will be there. Those that are doing some exploration in space, maybe there's a planet somewhere where they are full of robots, not human beings like us. So it's how we talk about AI, robotics, machine learning, especially with labor. Because as a regulator, I need to embrace new things. I need to make sure that we create new jobs, new industries, and largely eradicate poverty. So I think this is just going to be a partnership that we need to make sure that how we communicate, our messaging needs to be very, very clear. And lastly is the issue of energy. I think we are mindful that as a country, we've gone through challenges of load shedding. Question is, the digital economy, you cannot afford to have an infrastructure that has got latency. Because imagine in the health sector, you are busy conducting some serious operations, and then you have a drop whilst I'm still navigating somebody's body. Now, those cannot afford to be there in the digital economy world. So the question is, the infrastructure that is built, electricity becomes one of the major key components to make sure that the unconnected are connected. So I just wanted to paint a picture of this framework that when people ask and say, where does the regulator fit in this process? It's going to be important to have this theme so that when we engage, when you come to ICASA, it's not a clouded problem, but you need to come with solutions as well. And I think that's the attempt I'm trying to do with this presentation. Just to continue again, one biggest element, we deal with spectrum, this air. I think for those that are into radio frequency, lo moya lo, we have to chop this air into blocks. And it's a very precious, delicate resource. Now, chopping this air requires efficient way of doing things because you don't want those cross lines. I think for those that are legacy, you remember in those days when you make calls, there used to be cross lines. Whilst you are speaking, you overhear somebody talking. So yeah, so you wouldn't want in a digital enabled world, whilst you're still talking and doing your things, you see something popping uninvited into your environment. So the issue of spectrum, especially for rural, it's going to be one of our biggest drive to make sure that next time when I go to Lisikisiki, I shouldn't be told that because of the terrain, I think MTN is here and all the operators, that we can't put networks because the terrain is bad, etc. The technology, it's not just the one that you have. It's time to look for other technologies and complement. People talk of satellites and people talk of many other things without me prescribing, but this is one area to get the unconnected connected so that the spectrum that we allocate, it's used efficiently and effectively, and people should be connected. I spoke about regulations, let me not re-emphasize that. But what is going to be key, I think the question that I was asked earlier about the SMMEs or the individual ECNS and ECS license, those are acronyms, ne? Individual Communication Network Service. It's somebody who's got a license to design a network. So the N, it's for network. When you hear individual ECS, it's an electronic communication service. So you've got a network, then you provide a service. So you need those two licenses. And the I, individual, it means you can provide services the whole country, that I. I just thought it's important so that when you see this acronym somewhere, you shouldn't think that I spent for something else. Now we've got what you call a Universal Service Fund. Now all the licensees that we have, they contribute a percentage into a fund. Now this fund, it's meant to subsidize underserved areas. If you're coming from an underserved area, one of your immediate opportunities, if you've got a license in this province, licensee, you do have a process to apply for a grant to extend an infrastructure in an underserved area, both for telecommunication to provide those services. So this fund, it's what I'm now going to be engaging and say, all the licenses that are here, the department is here, ourselves, the Universal Service Access, which is another institute that manages this fund. It's going to be important for you to start knowing how do we then participate and access such funds so that where I come from, if there's a problem of connectivity, why is Vodacom, MTN, Cell C, Telkom, Rain not extending their network in my village because it's an underserved area. So this fund, it's meant then to subsidize those kind of infrastructure rollout. It's an expansion. But whilst we do this, it's going to be important as a regulator to make sure that there's fair competition in all what I've just explained. I know that I've been focusing more on telecommunication. The same talks to broadcast, and the same is in the postal sector. So in all the sectors that we regulate, there needs to be fair competition so that we don't stifle the industry, and we don't want dominance of few players. And I just needed to re-emphasize the issue of youth participation, women, and people with disability. Now, the theme was, what is it that we need to do as an authority? Smart regulations. What is this? Now, I'm going to give a challenge to all the academics that are here and all of us. The emerging technologies are asking regulators like ICASA to say, is there still a need to have a regulator? Is there no need for us to self-regulate? Because some of these things that are coming are so complex, we'll end up writing theses to manage those technologies, one being artificial intelligence. So if you are now going to be looking at how do we then adapt to change and align, we need to have thinkers. And I'm glad, Chair, that since I've been here for the past 2 days, the sharp minds, it's what is required in this new era. And what it means is this kind of collaboration, it's going to make sure that we don't have a stagnant regulator. So forward-thinking approach, I think for those that are doing all the high studies, it's what is going to assist to unlock the value that I've had. I think the issue of connectivity, the Digital Council is here, it's got members as well. ACT is here, it's got members. It's a question of when members that are building networks sitting together and diagnosing a problem, what is the challenge of them coming up with a unified solution? So our rules, because they are still talking silos, we need to change that to come up with a collaborative interventions to the challenges that I've had about connectivity. Community engagements, I must state that it has been a challenge. I come from a rural area in Limpopo, Kobutoko. Now, I've seen that sometimes when network providers come to install base stations, if you don't engage, the issue of vandalism at the back, it starts there. So it's going to be important that as you see our licensees come to our villages, especially where you've got traditional council, engage with the Ward Council, get the Induna chief, let's educate each other and say, this base station, what is its purpose? Because the minute you understand that this base station is going to create jobs, it's going to interconnect us, and who's actually going to manage? If it's a rural company that needs to be established, that's what we should be looking at. Because as a regulator, I would like to make sure that there are small companies in villages managing those towers. Because ultimately, the young guys and the big guys, there won't be any vandalism. So stakeholder engagement and community is going to be a very big thing, but it's a game changer. Because we know that the model of infrastructure rollout has changed. Most of our licensees, they've outsourced what you know as towers to a company. And those companies, I know for the fact that questions has been asked to the regulator. Do they need to have a license? Meaning, if I own 20 farms and I offer those farms for operators to put base stations, do I need to get a license so that I can provide the service? So the question is, if you are not going to have a framework that manages that, That's where the problem starts in terms of ownership. But what we are pushing, it's infrastructure sharing so that we minimize too many towers in our villages. So I'm raising the issue of community participation when it comes to infrastructure rollout. You need to be present and then advise so that we avoid issues of vandalism. Because if people come to my village, I don't know them, I don't understand what is this thing, I can be tempted just to say, let me just do funny things and see who will come. Then we can talk. So it's going to be very important. Then lastly, on the issue of smart regulation, it's an issue of knowing the very same original equipment manufacturers. I know that I've been talking much about the licensees. But what we find now as regulators is that those that are selling products, I'm glad I've seen few OEMs here, but it's going to be important for them to be part of us so that we understand the challenges of drop calls. Because drop calls can be a design issue or it can be a technology issue. But the owner of the technology needs to tell you that my product, if you put it in Kabeja, it can sustain weather, it can sustain this and that, etc. So it's going to be important so that when you come to the authority complaining about quality of service, it's going to be an era now where we need to start separating issues so that we can be a smart regulator when I sit with all the licensees and avoid blame games. And I think that's the regulator of the future that ICASA is looking at. Now, just to close my presentation, I thought it's very important that because I'm in the province, I cannot be talking, I need to share with you where we fit in the value chain. But just to give you a sample and see how the province looks like when it comes to connectivity. Yesterday, the DG showed maps. This is a game of maps because the future, it's based on evidence. Now, the next summit, I think, Chair, it's going to be important that we need to put maps of all our wards here so that we can see where is the fiber, where are the base stations. And this thing, if it's not evidence-based, it's going to be a challenge even for me as an authority because interventions are based on things that you see. So this is the map that we all know of the province. I'm going to be flipping on this quickly. Just to share with you, in 2023, there has been some studies, and as a regulator, what we do to confirm your connectivity, we have what we do drive tests. So you'll see some cars with a very funny antenna on top of a van. Don't think it's something that looks like a spaceship, but inside there, it's a small antenna that does, when you drive around, we pick up different types of frequencies so that we look for things which I spoke about. The issue of what drop calls, how many drop calls do you have within a second or a minute? And what you call initiation calls. You know when you make calls, some people say, Mutibi, it takes me 15 seconds before it starts ringing. Why is that? Because when you dial, imagine if it's emergency, you need to dial. The minute you punch the last digit, it must ring. That's what us as a regulator ought to be doing, and that's what we're doing right now, just to make sure that when we talk about quality of service, it must be real, and we must report to you who amongst the operators is not doing right. But I must say, because of funds, we do have limitations to do some of these things. It's a highly technical area, but it requires a change in our regulations so that the future, I can go directly into all the mobile operators, pull information, and have instant reporting instead of doing the drives. Because the drives, I might not cover the whole country. So this is how the Eastern Cape looks like at the moment. You'll see that 2G, that's where we come from, Komaraho. And funny enough, you'll see 33% on 5G. Now, I need to emphasize this. Yesterday, I was quite excited to see that the maritime and aviation, I think that's the other group that needs to come. Literature is telling us that when people talk of 5G, I think for those, pardon if I'm going to do back to school now, so the thinking of somebody who doesn't understand technology, as you say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6G, imagine that you are opening up the pipes. Now, when you open the pipes, that 5, it means if I'm in Lisikisiki and I used to download one of the old movies, Scarface. If I used to download Scarface 2G, it took me 30 minutes. I'm just giving an example, 30 minutes. Expectation is with 5G, it must take perhaps maybe a second or half a second. That's the kind of thinking, okay? But then to put a 5G, it requires a number of base stations because you need to cover big areas and the transmission in terms of coverage, it's not the same with the frequencies that you used in the 2 and the 3G. So if the base station is here, I'll just use an analogy. To connect here, it might be 15 kilometers, but when you go further, you need many to cover. I'm just giving you that analogy so that you understand where the 5 comes from. So, what is going to be important, I think, colleagues, when we talk 5, 6G, the things that we were talking about yesterday on machine-to-machine robots, the bulk of not human intervention, but machine uses that. And I think now with Eastern Cape, all the ports, the logistics, this is where now you'll see new technology coming in. I think for those that are still navigating and say, where is the future of technology going? So those that are in coding, the bulk of logistics, this kind of frequencies as you go up, that's a new opportunity for many of you. So as much as we'll still be doing voice, but in terms of data, in terms of any other televisions, as you might have seen the quality yesterday, I must compliment the team that took that video yesterday. You might have seen that the quality requires infrastructure and frequency that can enable that for it to be transmitted. So I just thought, let me just do that little bit of marketing on some of these new things that are happening. Then coming back to the issue of community radio stations, I did indicate that I can't just talk about telecommunication. Radio is one of the biggest weapons for us to interact. I'm glad as well to inform you that what we have in the Eastern Cape, I'm sure we can still improve. But for now, jobs have been created, industries exist that support radio broadcasters. So you can see that within the districts, for those that comes in the province, you might see a station that you know. Then the marine. This is one sector that I'm going to be urging all of us that as we are navigating into the future, ocean economy, when it comes to protecting our offshores, this is one area that those that were not aware about the future of how to protect South Africa, you need to go into the sea and make sure that those ships, as they come in and out, you know who's piloting, what they are carrying, and this is, we do issue those licenses, you communicate, fishery, those that go in and do the deep dives. So it's an industry that we need to see black professionals coming into it, because some of these sectors, we need to be very open. I'm an independent regulator. I can say certain things independently that we need to change the narrative, and women as well. Then coming back, Then finally, I spoke about the issue of connectivity. Now, one of the interventions that we have done as a regulator, for those who are not aware, 2 years ago, we went through an auction on spectrum, this air. Now, the top 5 dominant players participated in an auction. Now, there were conditions aligned to the auction. So when you look at Telkom, Vodacom, MTN, Cell C, Rain, and Liquid, there is something called universal service obligations. Now, the obligations, they were stipulated to say, with this spectrum and the money that you have paid, in return, you must go to all the 9 provinces and connect public institutions, that is now government institutions. Now, for the Eastern Cape, you'll see that all the companies that I've just mentioned, they've been allocated numbers of schools. I think I had the issue about schools. It's going to be important, Chair, that in making sure that we coordinate and make this happen. I think the CEO walked out here from ACT. There's a PMO, a project management office, managing the implementation. So I'm going to say through your office, if we can identify in all the districts to work with the Department of Education, Health, so that when we start defining what needs to go into a classroom, it must be uniform, good standard. Because as a regulator, colleagues, it will be a big shame when we have obligations, but when I come to some villages, I still find that our kids don't have access to internet. We as a regulator, we have facilitated that through Spectrum. And I think what we just need to make sure that colleagues in those departments can be helped by the CIOs in the room. I know most of them are CIOs, so that we have a clearly defined infrastructure. Again, special schools, they are on the list, you'll see. And as I've indicated, libraries, traditional authorities. I must compliment the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies. Last time when we were in Durban, we went to one of the traditional council. I could see Unduna in the hut. You know, I saw a camera, and in the whole yard, there were CCTVs. Now, even from a crime point of view, we are protecting our Indunas. And there's free Wi-Fi in the village. And that project, it's BBI, Centec was involved, and CETA involved. So you can see that through that collaboration of SA Connect, these are the things that we're doing. So if you know, and you're coming from a village, when you go home after tomorrow, and you see that your village is still not connected, engage. Because the authority, through our licensing process, we are making and we have made it possible for our communities to be connected. So I just want to share this information so that it mustn't come as if it's a secret. You need to know these things. But coordination is going to be important so that you are not left out. Then, yeah, I think, let me not talk about this, okay? It's a repeat of that, numbers. Sorry for this. Okay, I'm just on the last, yeah. Now, this one, post office. How are we doing with time? Hey, because, you know, I can, yeah, thank you. All right. So, post office. Colleagues, I must say, this is one area that I'm not going to shy away. It's a sad story. Because, you know, if we continuously have this kind of summit, one of the most important things that we need to do going forward is to share issues like now I've asked those 5 questions to say, Ikasa, you know, we see that you're a regulator, but there are new things that we don't see on your menu book. Now, you know, e-commerce, when it popped, perhaps maybe some of us, we didn't understand how to move goods from one place to another through an e-commerce environment. Now, the story of the post office, apart from just mail being delivered in my house. Others came with innovation and overtook what we thought it's a protected public institute. Now, as a regulator, I can't dictate on technology, but I can advise on how to do things. So the story of the post office, I can assure you, we are still in the process of ensuring that those facilities, other than a person working inside, they can still be used for connectivity. They are very strategic. I think you might have seen most post offices where they are deployed. They are in the central parts of our villages. So from a connectivity point of view, there's still value. I must say, there are outlets where you found that you've got an employee who works for a month and only collects 25 rands. But you must pay 5,000. Okay, this is real. Now, these are the things that we need to then say, what do you do, Stoffs? I'm paying you 10,000 a month, but you're collecting 1,000 every month. People don't come because you've got a laptop at home. These are the challenges that the post office has been facing. So the question is, how best can we assist? Because I've never heard of a country where they say they don't have post office anymore. So we need to find innovative ways so that you come to the regulator and say, Chair, I've got a view. Maybe this post office, we can use it as a data center. You understand? I'm just giving a clue, okay? Yeah. So I think find better utilization of those facilities because connectivity can be done. You've seen it through the universal service obligation. So I just want to give you that appetite that if things are difficult, let's read our act and see how we can assist because as the former president said, until it's done. So yeah, let's not just give up. I want this thing. Not your very battery. Huh? It's stuck. Okay. Sorry for this. No, it's going forward. Okay, now it's working. Oh yeah. Individual licenses. I'm happy to tell you that there are about 289 licenses in the province. Can I find out who's got an IECNS license and ECS in the room? Do I have a licensee? I've got one. 1, 2, 3, 4 at the back. So we've got 4 out of the 289. Where are the two? Where is the other 200? Chair, I'm giving a task. You need to find those because you see those licenses are supposed to be here because they are losing out. You know, the regulator is here and saying, you've got a license that gives you power to connect people. MTN is here. Talk to MTN and say, how do I get into a value chain to provide a network in Gqeberha? That's what those licenses are meant to do. So if licenses are sitting, you've got that beautiful document in the house and you're not utilizing, better bring it back to ICASA so that I can reissue to somebody else. I think those are some of the things that we must do. And it happened, yes, thank you. So we did announce that those that are not willing to use the licenses, just bring them back. Because these statistics, remember what I'm sharing with you goes to investors. Now somebody is watching this now or tomorrow. There's an appetite to come to East London. And as a regulator, I don't want to be communicating false information. But this number, Chair, I think you need to find a way to publicly call them and just find out what are they doing. And these are ISPs, most of them, so that they participate in our session because we need to hear the challenges that they have as well. Now, in my closing, because we're talking about connectivity, the maps that I'm now showing, the 2G, remember I showed you the number 100%. So this is 2G, how it looks. Literally, it says the entire province, it's covered with that legacy type technology. Going to 3G as well, you'll see that, and I know somebody here is saying, but che, I man, mangsuka lying ekhaya, I get drop calls, but what is this? When you talk coverage, population, when you drive, there are roads, and as I said earlier on, how networks are designed. You are likely, because we are talking about population coverage. So in terms of the license, this is what licensees will say I've achieved. But the question of whether when you drive, you drop, etc., those are the things that I now as a regulator, I need to hear from you. When you log calls to the authority, then we can go and investigate. But in terms of coverage, this is real, and this is what I'm sharing with you. The same with 4G. We're moving from an R road to a D road to a highway and the superhighway. So you'll see now that with 5, that spectrum that I spoke earlier on, that there was an auction, there are small patches that are popping. Now, this is where, as I said earlier on, if you want to download, the old Scarface, you need to start looking at that and put 2 cell phones. You can put, I'm giving you an put Vodacom, MTN, Cell C, maybe it's Mama, Baba, and my sister, and you say, let's start download now. Let's test these 3 networks. And you go, boom, and see which one will finish quicker. Now, these are the things, I'm giving you these tips because you need to help us as well as an authority so that when we talk, we shouldn't generalize. It needs to come and say, Date Ramus, now I'm from Tata. This is what I'm observing. And here is facts. So that we can come up with interventions. Now, the final check and balance, I'm happy to inform you that having had all the challenges that we're talking on social media, we've been mindful of the fact that social media is here with us. But there's something that we need to start protecting, is the content that goes into that infrastructure. Now, our legislation, as ICASA, we've got a legislation called Electronic Communication Act. It does have some limitations when it comes to regulating certain content. Now, because we're talking collaboration, we've gone beyond and identified regulators that we can all sit and talk about how to protect our children from harmful content, even us adults. So between us, the information regulator, which deals with personal information, POPIA Act, then the .za domain authority. Earlier on, we spoke about the issue of clothing being sold. They are partners, and the last one is the Film and Publication Board. Now, between these 4, we have formed a regulators forum. The intention is for those that are trading or you're involved in what you call OTT, over the top, because somebody has built a network, now you're putting content. We need to make sure that that content, if the way it's consumed, you're protected as a consumer. So we will be looking at our current legislation, where there are overlaps, clean up, where there are gaps, come up with interventions. So that, 1, we don't restrict you to do things that are good, but we need to protect you. Because you've seen here that I can be selling Amathosa somewhere in Limpopo, and it will appear as if it's real. How do you protect the brand? So those are the things that we are now looking at because we recognize that technology has moved. Secondly is the issue of AI. There's been incidents where now you start asking yourself and say, ICASA, if somebody is driving in my car and the navigator, Siri, says 10 left, 10 right, then you turn left, only to find that you're going to a dip. Boom. God forbid, all die. Whom do you sue? Huh? Maybe it's a question now. Let me wake you up. Let's do a scenario. I'm Siri, I'm talking, and then into a dip. Who must I sue? Siri? But I don't know Siri. I mean, it's just a voice of somebody. I'm in the car, it's a navigation. I hear the lady, 10 left. No. Speed 10 right. Then you 10 right, boom. Who's accountable for this? Guys, this is the challenge of a regulator. I need to answer this when I'm in court. Because the rules are there and we have allowed technology to come. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing. But in any case, the department is busy now with a framework on artificial intelligence so that we have rules of anything that instructs you. You heard yesterday the DM speaking. When you make a call, I know this calls where you talk to a machine. You are giving wrong instructions. Now again, do you sue the company or do you sue this virtual person that you're talking to? We need to reflect on those. So those are some of the tough questions, challenges that we face as regulators. But as ICAS, as I said, we are now in a process to find each other so that we are not exposed. I'll run through some of the initiatives because of time. So for subscription television, we're busy. There's going to be an inquiry where we are now asking, is there still a need to have many other multi-choices in South Africa? I'll use them because, it's a dominant partner now. The question is, do we need more of those? Have a chat and see, yes, if it's yes, then you'll participate. There's an issue of signal distribution. I think for those who are in the broadcasting field, in the past, or even now, SABC works with Centec, our former CEO is here, and MultiChoice works with a company called Obicom, that was then. Now, these two companies, Obicom, Centec, they provide signal distribution so that when you're at home, you can watch TV. But now, OTT has come in. I'm watching television on my mobile. I'm watching TV from my laptop. Now, the word signal distribution, I think, and Tate Mlamli Boy will help us later. It's a question of, do we still need signal distributors? But it's a business. So those are the things that I encourage you to look into. And the last one, it's this thing of data bundles. There's a document, our ENDS subscriber charter, where we are saying there's a big complaint that you buy 1 gig today and it's valid for 30 days. Then after 30 days, it's gone. I can now hear, now talking close to the heart. You see, when you talk about these things, So we are engaging now. And I think for those who didn't respond, you need to find a way to whisper and say, Chair, I missed that part because there were public hearings. The issue here is, do you carry over or do you just eliminate what you had? I'm leaving that to you because it's a national debate and it's a worldwide debate in terms of data bundles. And the digital migration, all of us here, you've heard the minister 2 days ago making an announcement that we were supposed to have, or we are supposed to switch off what is called analog television, December 31. But there seems to be submissions to the minister. He's still considering, we'll hear, whether the date now is moving to next year. Because some of us here, you might have bought a TV that looks smart, but it's actually an analog, some of them. So you might be thinking that you've got a smart TV, but if you don't have an analog signal, one day you'll just see it going off. Now, to avoid that, you need to have this migration so that either you get a new TV or a set-top box, as people talk about it. So that process, it's within the ministry, but I think watch the news. But the issue of digital migration is what ICASA is managing and pushing. So the menu for you, I'm leaving you with this slide. I think for those that are looking for opportunities, because as much as I'm a regulator, I need to give you a menu and start thinking about your business plan for 2025. So, this menu, anyone in this room, you have an opportunity to be in business. it's just a question of which section of this value chain am I going to participate. So I'll quickly, with the last 2 minutes, passive infrastructure, I spoke about availing land. Then people come and put a base station, whether it's two-way radio or something else, it's business. Telecoms networks, I spoke about a need to bring multiple platforms. We've been using mobile, we're using walkie-talkies, by then we're using pagers. Satellite is here as well. So those are the things that you need to say, how can I contribute to connect Eastern Cape? Do I just wait for the current to come? Maybe there's a different technology. Hence, we're talking about regional participation to have licenses. There's a spectrum process that we've looked into called dynamic, where we're now looking at gated communities. You can have, in the past, we used to have something called the USALs, underserved area licenses. And the plan was to have provincially based. So Ntate Vuyo, Jahara, I think he was here yesterday. Yeah, so I think if you look at LITA, yeah, they are already doing that. So that shows that even as SMME, you can own a network and provide services at a very reasonable cost. Then, fintech. Colleagues, the world has changed. Our current licensees, Vodacom, MTN, Cell C were just mobile. Yeah. But now, you've got insurance, you've got a bank. How do you regulate this kind of an organization? But think about it because it's a nice menu as well. And the last one, it's content creation. I've seen content being created yesterday. We go to weddings, we go to divorce parties, and we go to... I was invited to one of the divorce parties. Yes, I'm being honest. So, but now you need to have that content, and then you sell it and you make money. So I'm just saying this because it's important for us to recognize that this infrastructure, the regulator facilitating, you need a juice on top of it. And I think all of us here, you've got a regulator that cares. And I think it's one thing that I'm going to encourage, that come engage, and so that we don't write things that we can implement. But consultation is big. Thank you very much, and all the best. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Can we give a better round of applause to the chairperson of ICASA, please? Some of the conversation that was happening here in front, we were like, it's a hard talk to stop because there's so much value in that conversation. And the invite now to you is these slides will be available on the WhatsApp channel. But I heard that people were saying we can't find this annual ICT WhatsApp channel, ICT Summit. So at the end of the last chat with the panel, we're going to do the prize giving, just in case you forgot, 2,500 Rand for a lucky winner with the Nika competition happening downstairs. And then we're going to have a QR code. And that QR code will lead you to the WhatsApp channel. So please register on the WhatsApp channel. And this important content you'll be able to receive, especially around that conversation of what are the opportunities that exist for young entrepreneurs and in those rural communities. That is a very, very important thing to highlight. All right, I'm not going to take too long. We're almost at the end of our day. This is going to be the second last contribution before a final panel discussion. And the person I'd like to call up now, who's going to discuss end-user computing in the AI-driven environment, is Mr. Phil Anderson, and he is at Datacentrics as Digital Business Solutions. So, Mr. Phil, the floor is yours. Can we put our hands together for Phil Anderson?
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks. Where's that clicker thing? That clicker thing is... do you have the clicker? Okay, whilst he's finding the clicker, good afternoon, everybody. So as you can hear from my accent, my name is not Phil Anderson. I don't have a British accent. I'm from South Africa. My name is Ben de Klerk. the regional manager for the Eastern Cape for Data Centrics. Sadly, Phil couldn't join us because, as you know or don't know, the airport was closed yesterday for incoming flights. So sadly, I got the call up about 2 hours ago. Ben, what are you doing? You're doing a presentation, buddy. Okay, so we're a bit off topic. I'm going to try to speak. Phil is quite a knowledgeable and an expert type of person in the AI. And part of our business, one of our business units called Digital Business Solutions. So if you will allow me, I just want to take a bit of a background. So artificial intelligence is with us. It's coming. It doesn't happen. Let me put it like, it's not a if, it's a when. And the long and the short of the progress of it and the maturity of it becomes an arduous journey. I don't know if you've seen, there was a study done or study commissioned in the EU by the same group of the university, I can't remember the university's name now, that did a study on octopus farming. Okay, you guys, everybody knows that an octopus is a very highly intelligent animal, yes? And they found in that study the social impact on having those animals herded and breeded in a farming community. That same organization was tasked, and they're already prepping for it, because what are we doing? We're creating a new life form. Is to see after the well-being of artificial intelligence, that it doesn't get abused or get sad or depressed. Okay, this is where we're going with this. So it is something that's happening. And I think the previous speaker, I mean, one of the components to get AI going is obviously connectivity is very important. So from us for Data Centrics, we are a data-driven company. So what do I mean by that? At the end of the day, we ensure that the data is accessible, we ensure the data is secure, we ensure that the data is relevant and updated, and also that it can be archived or stored correctly. So, sorry, I'm figuring the world out this morning as I go along. Yeah, they didn't change it. Sorry, I'm going to speak. They didn't change the slides, so bear with me. Okay. So the short and the long of it is if you look at the process, what we found is, if you take a step back, and I think that's why the CASA conversation is so important, data and AI goes together. Okay, it does. The one can't live without the other one, because that is where artificial intelligence gets the framework or the reference of the decisions it needs to be made. Yes, and then it develops and it gets conscious, and we can have it. That's a different separate discussion. As what my previous presenter highlighted about the security about it. We're talking about smart cars. I mean, the automotive or the EU brought out new legislation and governance for smart cars. How we secure the smart cars. Because the fact of the matter, who's guilty, it will be, for example, the Volkswagen, the BMWs, and the Mercedes-Benzes of the world. Who here has heard about ISO 27001, cybersecurity? Have you all heard about that? Yes, ISO? So what happened is BMW and Volkswagen got together, and they said, look, it works for us, but on the manufacturing side, there's a few gaps. And they came up with a new legislation called TISAX. Now, for example, the automotive industry, last year, July, they had to be compliant already. I've seen a Bentley Bentayga get hacked within 3 seconds. Then we play around with the brakes, we play around with everything in it. So the responsibility is now driven to the manufacturers around that conversation. So security is an important component of it. So Data Centrics, in essence, is taking back on the data. So we look at connectivity. It's very important. That's the first step, because out of that, you can't access your data. The second thing is, as I said, is we look at the security about it. And it's not just security in the IT side anymore, because it also becomes important on the operational or the manufacturing technology. Why? Because a cyber attack on the manufacturing side becomes physical. You saw the pipeline that they blew up in the US 2 years ago. The war between Ukraine and Russia is fought in the digital space. Water, critical infrastructure gets attacked. And from us as our governance and our government, we start looking, how do we protect our gas, our water and electricity of getting cyber hacked? Yes, Transnet got hacked and it brought the operations to a standstill. So these are very important considerations and something that we drive. So the old age approach of running to somebody as integrators, and we've got a few competitors out there, and you know many of them, But the long and the short is the days are gone where we just run in and say, listen, here's a new piece of technology, be it in the networking space, be it in your data center, be it on your table. It's very much a consultative game, and more so for the public sector. Because even the public sector and departments, as in the private sector, there are various levels of maturity where people has gone with technology and the impact that it has and where it has to then elevate, be it service delivery to citizens, or be it Volkswagen making another Polo, or Mercedes-Benz here making another C-Class car. So it's a journey we need to walk. Because the fact of the day, you need to spend right. Also what's happening is the plumbing, as I call it, the infrastructure is becoming negated. We're starting to live on the application space. How do I apply the data? How do I make sense of the data? And again, be it public sector, private sector is the same. So in our world has changed a lot. Our most important asset within our organization is our people. I'm going to say that again. The most important asset in our organization is our people. We work hard to retain them. We work hard to first attract them, retain them, and develop them. Data Centric spends millions on learnerships and also graduate programs. Because we all know we have this big brain drain that's happening. Who's filling up those shoes? Who's stepping up? So it's very important that we take those learnerships. We apply, so many of these graduates we have, we retain most, probably around between 92 to 98% of them in our business. And I'm glad to say, so to develop their skills and their expertise. And if they leave us, hopefully not immediately, but in 5 or 6 years, then we can we've saved it for South Africa's technology industry. So in short, also that the one thing I wanted to speak about, and Phil asked me to do this, on our digital business solutions, is where we come up with the clever stuff for Lekker. Okay, this is where our digital scientists live. Everybody heard about digital scientists? Yes? Those are the guys. Why? My son is one. He stays in the Netherlands. And the fact when I see him working is what they're doing is actually becoming an art. It's an art what they do with the data that's available. And how they apply it, and our business lives and scores from that. It's really an art. And that's why it's called digital science, and actually lives in the art. When you go study and you've got your different sciences, it should actually be in the art department. Because it's amazing what they do with the data. But anyways, so this is our clever component, if I can call it like that, of our organization. So what do we do there, for example? We do, for example, what we've done is predictable maintenance at one of the big automotive manufacturers. No, not in the Eastern Cape, don't worry. So what we do is the robots will tell us they're sick before they actually get sick. Why? There's business continuity. So we can send out the right parts, that organization, before the robot falls over. Be it in the welding line, the paint shop, or whatever it might be. Then also, obviously, is document and record management. And it's becoming much, much more important. As you all know, with the standards that comes from global, where we get rated from overseas companies on our credit rating as a country, and how we manage and apply integrity, how we do funding and tracking of funding, and also more so track records or record keeping. It becomes amazingly important. Gone are the days of stacks and stacks and reams of paper. Yes, gone are the days of tape. It's digital. So the archiving and how we archive becomes very important. The processes and the policies that's governing either the public sector or the private sector becomes important, and that's why government's got somebody called the Auditor General. Okay, and they come up with rulers and measuring tape, and they see if you comply. So one of those things that we do is record and document management. And then there's a few others. We use blockchain, for example, in transactions for organizations and so forth. So short and sweet, to get you guys back on track and quicker to lunch, that's me. I hope I've spoken a bit. Like I said, sadly, Phil couldn't join us, and his apologies again. I mean, what do you do? It's a bit of a trek by car from Cape Town at 7 o'clock. He wouldn't have made it. So sadly, he's not here. But in essence, that is what Data Centric says, is a system integrator, if I can leave it, that leads from a consultative space because we recognize that the maturity levels within departments or private organizations varies, and it's a journey that we walk. Because as I said, as important as our staff are, the other big success factor for us is our partnerships. Our partnerships with our staff, our partnership with our customers, our partnerships with our OEMs that we employ, and our partnerships between us, in stakeholder partnerships as well. It's key to our organization because from that there's collaboration and learnings that we can take forward, either be it from department to department or public sector to public sector. It enriches us to be ensured that we could do service delivery the best to our knowledge and be that strategic partner for that organization and walk the walk. Again, I can't emphasize this enough. The days are gone of just dropping something down. It's an understanding of the business outcome and applying the technology correctly for that. Okay, right, now it's like Jay and Claw. Okay, guys, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy lunch. Thanks for the opportunity.
Ben, right? Thank you so much. Can we put our hands, whoa! Can we put our hands together for Ben? Is it Ben de Klerk? Ben de Klerk, thank you. No offense to your founder or CEO, but I don't think he was missed too much. What an excellent job you did. We can put our hands together one more time for Ben over there. That was incredible. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at our last session for the day, and this is going to be a closing session. As Chairperson Motse apologized earlier, there's really been some challenges faced with what's happened with the airports and the flights. So for this last session, we're going to have a roundtable discussion, and Mr. Tumi Ramonotsi was supposed to moderate, and unfortunately he couldn't make it. He was one of those who had the challenge that he faced with the flights. So I will be moderating this session, and I'm going to call up the people that we'll be having this conversation with. And the theme of this conversation will be around generating fresh and engaging ideas. Can sometimes be time-consuming, and then also making content accessible to diverse audiences can be challenging. So we want to speak about how in an AI age or AI generation, you can find better ways to generate content and share it to a diverse audience. And the people who will be joining me up on stage for this conversation will be Mr. Luke Charter, and he's the head of news and digital at Daily Dispatch. And then we'll have Mrs. Sinaye Ntundu, and she is a journalist at Mpumakaba TV. And then we have Mr. Benito Carlson, who's the film producer at BLC Entertainment. Then we have Ms. Nomazima Ngosi, who's the assistant editor, investigations at the Herald. And then we have Mr. Sipang Emma, and he's a multi-award-winning broadcast journalist. And yes, so those people, please, could you make your way to the stage, and can we put our hands together as they make their way forward? How are you? You good? Seems safe. The esteemed panel. Luke. Okay, I think we have one person who couldn't make it, so we're just gonna carry on. So this conversation, I like the people who are close to me know I've recently started seeing myself as a content creator and an influencer. They made a mistake at work, and they bought one of those gimbals, those fancy things for all our travels. And it was supposed to be for work purposes. And all they're seeing there is my face every time we have to download things. So this, for me, is a very interesting conversation about what does content creation look like in a new era, especially an AI era. So some people here might not know who you guys are and what you do because you are in different platforms, even if it is media, etc. So firstly, could we please introduce ourselves? and where you guys are working, and what interesting insights are you seeing in your specific industry before you get into your specific company when it comes to artificial intelligence and how it's going to be rolled out to audiences? I will start with you, Mr. Benito, and then we'll just flow like that, if that's fine.
Good day, everyone. Benito Carlson from PLC Entertainment. We're an accredited training provider for MICT CETA and Department of Higher Education. We are a production house as well as an ICT company in app development. Yeah, that's me introducing myself.
Hi, I'm Luke Charter from Daily Dispatch, Head of News and Digital. So for us, the changing face of news all over the world means that we have to embrace all technologies, including AI. And it's one of the things that every day is moving, changing, and developing the industry to reach more people, to get over the wall that exists because we have Google and Facebook that are drawing audiences now. So finding new ways to engage and keep existing audiences is always a challenge. Of course, we are traditionally a newspaper, but now we have digital channels, we have live shows, we have podcasts, all those kind of things. And all of those integrate into AI, into any new technologies. And we have to keep up.
All right, thank you, that makes sense. Before we go to the other side, I want to know, is this podium not distracting? Are they visible? Can you see them well? I think we might need team to help us with the podium that needs to move out. Is there anyone from team to help us with the podium? Thank you. Okay, that's fine. How heavy is this thing? You know, first you must check your strength.
Should give them a round of applause.
Thank you, and yes, now you guys may well introduce yourself. I'll stay here.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sinai Nchudu. I am a journalist at Mpumakapa TV, and I think how we moving into the digital space as journalists, as a person working in the broadcast, I think it's very innovative. And it's changing times for journalists as well, because there's certain things that we do in terms of creating content and making sure public trusts our information, first of all, and they get information and news in a faster and very immediate way. So that's me in just short, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Noma Zimankosi. I am the Assistant Editor Investigations for the Herald newspaper. As my colleague Luke had already said, despite us being a newspaper, we have moved into the digital space. And with Arena, we've got an online first print premium mantra, whereas because news is ever evolving, our readers need to be able to get the information first, and that is where we break stories. We break stories online, and then you can get the more in-depth, longer version in our print edition, because at the end of the day, we are a print product. We need to sell that, and we need our consumers to have something to look forward to when they consume our print product. But you might have the shorter version online, maybe the previous day or the night before. And one of the ways that we do that, we capture our audiences, is with our digital posters. I know people like to think that that is where the entire content is, but it's not. It's just a snapshot. And you have people who engage with those digital posters the night before. And sometimes the digital posters don't tell the entire story, but we try and capture, keep you engaged, So we've also moved on to TikTok, we've moved on to podcasts, we've also tried to, prior to the podcast, we also had what we at the Herald used to call Metro Matters, which was a video platform where in Nelson Mandela Bay would be able to tell the service delivery driven issues on video platform. And therefore our viewers and readers could be able to visualize and see some of the issues that our residents grapple with. It can be service delivery, which the majority of the issues were. And then we've also moved on to WhatsApp. We've created individually, one of our journalists, he created these multiple online WhatsApp groups. And literally, he's everywhere. Anything that happens in the city, he knows about it instantly. Whether it's a car crash, whether it's a drowning, whether it's a shooting, most of the time, he's one of the first people to know about, or one of the first journalists rather, in the city who knows about such occurrences. So we're trying, as online moves and progresses, we're also moving with the times and trying to not be left behind.
Wow, that's incredible. And to jump off that theme, because we're talking about traditional print media, look, I'll come to you, and what I know, because I'm an academic at the moment, and our professors and lecturers are complaining about assignments that come in with perfect spelling, perfect punctuation for the first time in their entire lecturing careers. And as you are making newspapers and print media, you're journalists. How do you make sure in the age of AI that they are using their skill of writing, that they're using their insights instead of general large language models now creating content for us?
Thanks, it's a great question. And I think it's important for us to remember that artificial intelligence, by definition, is artificial. It's not intelligence. It's a language model. And as such, AI lies. So, you know, we've got to be incredibly strict with every piece of copy that comes across our desk from any journalist and interrogate that. So if we're interrogating something that's manufactured, it's going to quickly become apparent that this didn't originate from that place there, you know. It's made up a name, it's made up all sorts of things. If you put your own name into ChatGPT and say, tell me about South African journalist Luke Charter, using my own name, it's going to list 50 awards that I never won. You know, because AI is just, it's trying to give back what you asked for. And if you aren't specific in the prompts, and that takes some doing. You know, you really have to know how to make sure that this comes across as real. And it didn't go there. Yeah. It didn't interview the person. It doesn't have the facts. It's going to churn back a bunch of bull, to be honest. Yeah. You know, so we have to treat copy as we've always treated copy. We interrogate it. We say, right, well, did you speak to all the role players? That policeman's name doesn't sound that familiar. In fact, it sounds like he comes from Limpopo, not Ndansani.
Sorry, Chairman. Sorry.
But, you know, we recognize names and we recognize spellings and things. Sometimes we get a thing and you see, oh, they're not using a Q as we would here, or an X as we would here. And you realize this is a person from a different province. Yeah. This is not likely to be the local Nkosi. You know? So we interrogate the things. And we have to treat every piece of copy as we've always treated every piece of copy. We just have to be a little bit more awake too. You know, where the problem becomes more complicated is if you take a journalist who maybe isn't the best at English. Factually, they've got everything right. They then plug that into AI and they say, clean up my copy. Now, the problem is AI lies. So it adds things.
All right.
Oh, your copy wasn't that good. I'm going to clean it up, but let's add a quote from so-and-so. You know, so it's a responsibility more than anything, again, to interrogate everything, to go back to the journalist and quiz them. And this is one of the things we do throughout the day. You go to the journalist, tell me about your story. And if the story they told you doesn't quite gel with the copy 2 hours later, there's a disconnect. You go back. How come didn't you tell me that this guy was a murderer, not a unicorn rider? And when they can't answer that question,
then you already know.
You know. So, you know, it's being mindful and always being on the lookout. And this has always been our responsibility as news sources, fact-checking, making sure that the information is correct. There's always chances. Somebody might clean their copy a little bit. Yeah. You know, there's a certain amount that is eventually going to be tolerable. But ultimately, we have to be a legitimate source of truth. And we have to make sure that that is the fact, whether it's because of AI, whether it's because of somebody using a calculator in an exam, you know, all of those things. The checks and balances remain.
Perfect. Thanks for that. And moving on from that, so that would be on a newspaper, that would be on printed media. But as a journalist, especially on a television network, and people are coming live and creating content, and there's competition, right? And you have to make sure your content is the latest, is the best, and also just the turnout rate of creating content. How, as a journalist in Mpumalanga, are you leveraging AI to help you and the work that you do, or how's the organization doing that so that you can have maybe better content or more frequent content than everyone else?
I think especially when broadcast and television, it's more competitive, I'd say. We want to be the ones breaking the stories. I think for us, especially in our organization, Mpumalanga, we just have we stream in digital platforms as well. So how SABC has SABC Plus, and ENC has EVOD. Now we're moving into the digital space as well. We have Free Vision Play. So this is how we making sure that audiences are accessing our content and our news. But also, I think as a journalist, I'll say with Luke as well, it's better speaking to people. I'm a human interest person. I love interacting with people as well. So I think when you, within a certain space with someone and you're interviewing them, it's real, it's reality. And I think it makes me unique as well because I not just report, I'm also a video journalist as well. I do cam operating and I'm a producer and I edit. So when I go into a story, I already know what the type of sequence and the type of story that I'm going to create. So it's very, it's not supposed to be personal, but it becomes very like unique for me and experience. So I think that's how I kind of compete with other journalists and other news reporters. It's a thing where you're just trying to rise above other people and just trying to break stories in a unique way because, as I say, I also have the visuals with it and I also have the stories to tell with it. So I think AI, yes, it helps us in terms of distributing and reaching those platforms for audiences. However, I still think interacting with people and telling stories when you're interviewing people is the best way. Well, yeah.
Thank you very much. No, that's very detailed. That makes a lot of sense. And you were speaking about that content, that video content that goes on. And now in the entertainment game, especially when you're talking about film and backdrops, for example, before you'd have to go to a location or you had to go to a specific place, I want to find out from you, in the film industry, what have you personally seen AI be able to help? Because we were talking just now about AI can't do everything. You need that human intervention. But what have you seen that AI has been able to leverage, you've been able to leverage using AI to get a competitive advantage and do better work?
So first, I'll be very honest. I'm very scared of AI in full. So we had a project where we had to do a show reel. This is like one of those clients who would call you like, we need it now, you know, but it must be a latest project. So I just recovered from a broken ankle that time. And I'm like, man, I didn't do anything this year yet. So we filmed something, but we didn't edit it. So one of the guys literally said to me, AI has this thing where you just put in all the clips and it will edit it on its own. And I'm like, what? Edit it on its own? And then, yes. And so I just wanted to see what's going to happen. And literally it went in and it came out, a sequence came out, I would say a sequence. Not necessarily the narrative you wanted to put out, because obviously editing is a creative process. You know what you want to say. Each shot represents something, wide, medium, tight. You know, you need to know the emotions behind every shot. So I saw what it did, and obviously I said, I'm going to do this edit myself. So I was editing through the night, but I was very impressed by what AI did. It literally gave me a clip without understanding what you want, but it gave you a sequence, a beginning, middle, and end. So yes, it does enhance, it does help, but it's also scary because if you look at it in terms of, I know you want me to say how it has assisted, but in terms of film, a lot of people will be like scared as well because filmmakers will be like, hey, so they might not meet me on set anymore. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously it's great, it's brilliant, the data that's added into AI. But as a filmmaker per se, I would say it's also scary, like how intelligent this thing is, what it can bring to when you ask, it gives. So that's it's very impressive, very scary at the same time. But when I saw an edited video from nothing, just clips in, and it gave you a sequence, it gave you a story, and you had a showreel. So that was very impressive. Then lastly, on this thing, as a film school, we would give our students work to do and projects. And pre-production is the part where you plan, it's the planning phase of production. So we gave the guys something to do and they had to come back with their work. You mentioned earlier about word perfect and all those things. It was so beautifully written. I'm like, well done, man. And then they made one mistake when I was about to sign it off. I saw at the bottom, they forgot to like take out ChatGPT, you know, that little part at the bottom. So it wasn't original work. So what I'm saying, it's great, it's brilliant, but it's scary. If you're a filmmaker, it makes you think like, whoa, where am I going? But now, what it also makes you think now as a filmmaker, how can I be on board? How can I be on board so that this thing can benefit and not see it as it's going to push me out? So it's how you think. I would say it's the how, and it's great. It's genius. It's amazing, but yes, it's still scary.
Perfect. Okay, we know that AI is scary, but also AI can make you ask new questions. And when it comes to investigations, especially at the Herald, one of the things I want to know is there should be some ethical considerations that happen when telling stories. And there should also be some regulations around how you tell stories and what information is shared to public. So how do you make sure that you uphold those ethical considerations as a platform? And how do you work with regulatory bodies to be abreast of the new AI laws and legislations that are existing in that space?
So I suppose that would be when SANEF comes in, and those meetings are held at that level, and then the information is then trickled down to us. But I still think we are fairly new into incorporating AI into newsrooms, whether it be newspapers or broadcasters. And as such, Thomson Reuters Foundation, the applications actually closed about 2 days ago, where they're going to give 6-month training to newsrooms on how to incorporate AI into the newsroom and how it would assist newsrooms, journalists across the board. But generally on any ethical standards, you know what to uphold when it comes to investigations, you know what information to put out there. Obviously the basics, just generally you do not reveal your sources in terms of whether it be whistleblowers, whether it be someone else, maybe they don't even know that they're giving you the information, but you are just picking up tidbits, and then you go later on, you're like, okay, 1 + 1 = 2. So just generally, in terms of ethics, you never reveal your sources. We are still learning when it comes to AI, and I think as things progresses, we will be better at it, we'll be more knowledgeable, the more we learn, the better we do. So that's what I'll say. But also, I think Luke, I'm not too sure, I don't know these digital terms, but anyways, we're getting what is it called, is the new CMS with the AI incorporated into them. So with us at Arena, that's also something that we're venturing into, which is aimed at assisting us at how we incorporate AI into the work that we do, but it's not meant to replace or to rather for a journalist to write copy in its entirety, but it's just meant to improve here and there. But like I said, there's training programs for us to be able to incorporate and know better, how to do better, and also just produce better quality work. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. And speaking about the human element, and that's not going to be replaced, there's a large conversation regarding training people in order to work alongside AI, but not just AI. I don't want us to just focus on that. But the idea that you spoke about, from newspaper to podcast to blog to social media to all of these things. And look, I'll come back to you with this one. What does the reskilling of a multi-skilled practitioner look like? Where someone is like, no, I'm great at writing, but why are you putting me in front of camera, and why are you putting me on social media, and why do you, how has that been adopted by team, and what are your guys' strategies on that?
So the biggest challenge for us is the pace of change. A year and a half ago, there was no such thing as AI. Or it was a theory, it wasn't something in practice. Now the problem with AI, in the last 18 months, it's become so prolific that AI is now getting worse because it's training itself. Because all over the internet, people are publishing AI content. That's where the AI is learning how to better its content. So AI is now teaching itself from itself. A newer version of AI is learning from an older version that had a worse language profile. So this is why you now have ads on LinkedIn to hire people to train AI. So, you know, it's not just about reskilling us. The AI itself is struggling with the same problem. It literally can't keep up with its own growth. But with us, it's the same as we've all embarked on this journey into digital media. We've got guys who, you know, had hands that could barely hold a pen, you know, or use a laptop, that now all of a sudden have to, you know, file a story on a 6-inch phone. So it's this constant struggle. It's been a struggle for 15, 20 years, but we soldier on. Because what is technological history but constant change? We go right back to the Industrial Revolution. Typewriters came out, cameras came out, all of these new things that were supposed to make life easier. You know, they perhaps give us more time to concentrate on different things. And I think it's easier. You just become more specialized, more focused. You know, so if you're a journalist who focuses on human interest, your niche is going to become deeper and more focused and stronger, because that's what's going to separate you from another journalist and from the AI. You know, it can never delve as deeply as you, because by its nature, it is the sum of all averages.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's that constant struggle that we just can't stop.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And speaking about stories with people, I would like to find out from you, when it comes to social media and engagement with audience, are people still watching traditional television? Or is it best now to say all the content we're making for TV anyway has to be replicated on some social media platform. Is that what's happening, or you can give us your take regarding social media and the work that you guys do?
I think social media does play a part in, especially when people, now, okay, standard of television has completely changed. You know how news, you don't have to wait until you get home to watch the news. Like, it's very convenient. I think what Chair was saying earlier on, everybody's streaming on their phones, on digital platforms, and even these big newsrooms, they're streaming 24/7, so there's not a specific time. But they even have social media accounts. We also have social media accounts. So whatever we put out on television, you can actually find it as well on our social media platforms. And I think it's a great platform for audiences to also engage, because we share realities, we share stories, so people can actually relate to some of the content that we put out. And I think it really does, social media really does play a part, and other digital platforms really do play a part in us creating content and engaging with audiences as well. Because we find that when we release a certain story, say Umakulu doesn't have umbane in her house for like a month, and then you find that in another area they're having the exact same problem. So it's things where you're just consistently engaging with audiences, and in most cases you even help audiences because they don't have a platform or don't have connections to reach the people that they need help from. So for us, it's more of a platform where the voiceless have a voice, and also they're able to engage and share their experiences and also help if they need to help, because I think everybody experiences the same problems. It's just a matter of connecting people and helping them.
And that makes sense. Like maybe someone sees that story and sends umbane to Ukoko or something like that. And I think another thing is when you watch television, there's no instant feedback. But as soon as there's a post, I can comment on the post, I can like the post, I can share my opinion, and I think it allows for people to start sharing stories, because people are all about stories, right? And stories sometimes in film aren't cheap. Has there been any cost benefits or cost changes when, not just AI, but technology in general in filmmaking? How has it affected the cost of delivering and making films?
I don't know if you remember the last Top Gun.
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise, he had a scene with Val Kilmer. Now, Val Kilmer had cancer in his throat, so he can't really speak anymore. So they had to dig back into the old film, the Top Gun before Maverick, and they recorded the old voice, and AI then got his voice as, I can't remember the character's name, Top Gun, Goose. Okay, this is a Top Gun fan. So they got Goose's voice as it was back then with the dialogue from the script, exactly like Val Kilmer would have spoken, or his character Goose, obviously. So things like that will cost money. It does enhance the budget, but it also brings higher quality, because now suddenly it adds to production value. So now a filmmaker, like audiences just want to watch a story. But now a fan of a story, they want to see the new changes that was added and those type of things. So they would then go like, this is the part where they did the AI, or did you see the CGI scene, or did you see, oh, we can see it's green screen, the whole film is green screen. So those are the elements that does add or take away from a film budget. So whether it's higher or lower, it depends on how you use the technology. If you watch Lord of the Rings, it's green screen right through. They're not really in mountains. so it's green screen right through, but it is designed in such a way where it's realistic, where we are in that woods with them, and we are fighting those rock mountains and all those things. But it's green screen or AI or CGI. So yes, the budgets are super high, and money is spent on these things, but it is to add that spice of creativity, to make people see how much work goes into production, to make people see how much money there is in film, to make people see how much jobs can be created. So yes, I said earlier it's scary, but it's also great for creativity, because all those things would not have been created if those elements and those things weren't introduced. So yes, all we have to do is adapt. We have to adapt to AI. Unfortunately, we might feel like this, no, we have to adapt. We have to find ways to make it work for us. AI will be there going forward. The data will be more and more pumped into AI. So we have to find ways of making it work and making our work processes and our products better by using this to our advantage. So yes, I would say it does enhance and it does add to creativity. And AI, whether it's CGI, AI, they all make the production great. It adds to production quality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm sure you're looking at the cost-benefit analysis of that, saying, okay, the cost may be this, but what the viewers are going to get is way higher. And just as a closing question to you, you spoke about creativity there. And this is a new audience that we have. And attention is not the best currently because there's so many things that we can pick at. And as traditional media, as you mentioned that we still have to sell papers. We still have to make sure the print media is alive and kicking. How are you thinking of innovative ways to always keep people engaged? Maybe there's something online, but it's not full. But are people still being engaged? How's the revenue stream for newspapers? Are people still buying? Is it decreasing? What's happening in that industry when it comes to print media?
I think sales across the board when it comes to print media have declined. But we're not dead yet, and I don't think we're going to die anytime soon. Just look at when we shut down in December, the Tannies who call, they are livid, where is their Herald copy? But just on how we use social media when it comes to giving information. At the Herald, we're very big on council stories. And because we've also got a very huge online platform, every single journalist about 4 years ago, or maybe even longer, was required to have a Twitter account, because that is where we disseminate news first. As you would have, I'm sure the audience would have been aware, in the last couple of weeks, we've had a change, or maybe a not rather drastic change of government in the city. The fact that we had a new mayor, it was already out there. By the day's end, everyone knew there's a new mayor in the city. But now, how we then engage you as the paper, we need to tell you the discussions that went into how the government of that day came about to the name that they then picked. So that is then how we bring you, that is how we engage you, and that is how we keep you. Because we are going to give you a story that maybe the TV crew, the 7 p.m. TV crew doesn't have. And we're keeping that. That is where the premium aspect comes into it, because we need to give you a behind the scenes of what went into having maybe Babalwa Lobishe elected. We can tell you on Twitter that Mayor Gert van Kerk has been summoned, but then we need to tell you what went into, what are the charges, who laid the charges, was this how did the summons come about, and when was he told, when did he go, things like that, that aren't out there. So we need to always make sure that we've got something else that the other online platforms do not have. And also, as I said, we're strong when it comes to our council reporting. So whatever happens during the day is out on Twitter, and then we've got that premium package that, like I said, keeps the reader engaged. We need to have an edge over our competitors, and most of the times I think we get it right.
Right, thank you for that. That was really, really insightful. Am I hearing claps? I don't know if people want to clap or not. You know that awkward moment. Right. So yes, thank you so much for joining me, my esteemed panelists. I think one of the things that we've been talking about industry, we've been talking about government, but all of this information needs to go out somehow. And the work that you guys are doing, whether it's entertainment or factual information going out, is really, really appreciated. Can we please put our hands together for our amazing panel, and we can grab back to our seats. All right, I think they want claps as they get off, because it's awkward now. They're walking to silence, and they don't know where they're going. All right. Have it. Cheers, look. That's fine. Okay. Cheers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the conclusion of the festivities. Did you guys have a good time? Was that very informative? Hey, information can be fun, ne? Are we tired? No, we're not tired. So I think we can run another hour. It's not like we have anywhere to go. The weekend. Okay, I'm joking. I've already been on the stage too much. Thank you so much to all our attendees, our delegates, our prominent speakers, people of industry, people of government. But to do the official closing, we're going to do one more round of applause. Can we please welcome up Utatu Mutse Mfuleni to do the official closing? Let's put our hands together for him as well.
Give it up for Jackson Shabalala. I don't think I can do the Shabalala mention better than Leon Schuster, though, I must say. He always rocks the Shabalala part. Okay, so I'm going to try and do this quick without the podium. Key takeaways for the summit. The two work streams are going to be put in place, perhaps will lead to the PMO structure. The ICT Summit technical team has agreed to provide secretarial work for it. The work stream number 1 is on the EV ecosystem towards the 6G environment in the Eastern Cape. That's the first one. The second one is on the maritime digital economy to be led by Saimi, as well as the Maritime Chamber. These work streams are important in the context of what we've been trying to communicate this time. I think the ICASA chair put emphasis on those two, mostly maritime, and then there was the discussion on aviation. We will look at aviation, but it will not form part of the two important work streams. The second point, colleagues, is collaborations. I think ECTC was well pointed when it raised the issue of how we deal with the barriers of entry and manage the red tapes in the digital economy ecosystem. It's very, very important that we look in terms of what do we do there to make sure that we align. I think the examples of provinces that are doing this quite well, such as the Western Cape, are some of the proposals that we are requested to bring into the discussion, and we are able to share some best practice and benchmarks around some of these issues. Number 3 is the research and development. Already we have students that are here who are doing PhD programs, and they've agreed to work on some work stream around some of the areas that are focused on R&D, what we need to look at in the context of what we have conversation here on. And the second part, of course, is for us to just align with CSIR, because they already have some of the resource. They've already published on some of the work, and that alignment will also be important. And then lastly, on research and development, work with our universities. You have universities that have done some great work around AI, for an example. We know that UJ has done quite great work there and has an institute that they've set up that talks to that, some of that work. So that collaboration is going to be very, very important. I think it also helps us, colleagues, not to get into a trap of regionalism. So in other words, we see this ICASA chair as an Eastern Cape conversation. It's a South African conversation hosted in the Eastern Cape, and I think we're providing, as the community in attendance here, the ecosystem to have that conversation. So as we leverage to NMU, Nelson Mandela University, and Forte, and inviting WUSU and Rhodes, I think that's very, very important that we leverage on the work done by universities outside of the Eastern Cape. What we've decided to do on issues of skills, SMMEs or MSMEs, training, we've decided to create a cluster which we call the ESG cluster. ESG stands for environment, social, as well as governance, so that on the issues of social capital, we cluster these things there. Reason we do it that way, you notice that many of the corporate decision-making structures, which are the boards, have the social and ethics committee that measure the performance of these entities around some of these obligations. So it's important that if you deal with it at that strategic level, which is the governance level, and the executives will work with the targets that their companies, whether it's in the space or outside of the space, already have targets to make sure that they comply. Because some of the targets that sits in the social and ethics board committees, and which becomes part of these entities' ESG strategy, have performance targets for the CEOs and the CFOs. Some of these targets, just to quickly simplify it, talk to the BE levels of the individual company. So they've got to report on what they're doing, exactly what you were saying, Chair, what they're doing on women, what they're doing on youth, and what they're doing on skills. And then lastly, we think that MIXITA is an excellent opportunity to also on this issue on the ESG cluster to work with, and we're glad, Chairperson of MIXITA. Chair, can you please stand and wave so that they see you? I think it's important that, that we do that. Please, Chair, stand for us for a minute and just wave. This is the MIXITA board chairperson. He's really been kind to us. He's busy working on his PhD, so there's a bit of studying in between him attending the summit, but he's made sure that during the session he's seated, he's engaging, and I think you must have been encouraged to see some of the projects that have been presenting here. So the chair being here also helps us to make sure, and if he understands now when I say some of these ESG development aspects are board obligations for the executives, and they're neatly tracked at that level. We think that MESITA is important, Prof. Khreling, because it's where the EV ecosystem sits, as well as AIDC and other stakeholders. The issue of, I think, Chair, you brought in a brand new aspect, Chair of ICASA today, the USAF aspect, meaning the Universal Access Fund, so that those ISPs, whether they're in the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, that are operating in underserviced communities, now know that they can plug in terms of that funding. You have seen CEDA, CIFA here. They are here because of the resolutions of this conference. Because we were saying it does not help to create an opportunity, but you do not have means to access that market. So we need money, and we also need money, more especially on how we deal with issues of prototypes. And so the funding element that is pointed to the industry is going to be helpful. I can't make this announcement, but I think the convergence partners are going to make an announcement soon on a funding instrument exclusively for ICT companies. And it is beautiful when it's designed by them, because their investment fully understands the ICT ecosystem. I recently sat in the CEDA and the CIFA board, and you could see that when the credit analysts deal with funding application for ICT companies, it is a problem to understand them, because some of those revenues that you must pay the fund for, which have been funded for, do not immediately come through. So those things become some constraints that we need to unbundle. Then lastly, the last part, it is to make sure that the issue of advocacy, the last two parts, issue of advocacy in digital infrastructure. I think that the Kucha, CDC, Kucha Development Corporation, East London ITZ are going to be important collaborators in that space because they're doing quite a lot of work. But on some of the work that was presented both by provincial and national government, that alignment that we did yesterday, I think was very, very good for us. And some of the issues raised by the ICASA chairperson in terms of where is the footprint and where is some of the infrastructure currently sitting. The last part is the cybersecurity advocacy. I think that with the capability of what Nika presented here today is an opportunity for us to collaborate with Nika and make sure that some of the stuff that we're doing, whether it's a streaming level, whether it's on e-commerce level, or whether it's on business continuity level, those compliances that sit, that protect end users and that protect businesses are made sure that are protected. It is becoming quite scary. I mean, and a lot of times, many of us, we are answering robots now. You know, I'm a Seventh-day Adventist, so you don't normally expect a call center calling you on a Saturday of all days. You pick up a phone, it's a landline number, or sometimes a cell phone number, and you know when you get these early morning calls, you think maybe it's a colleague or a relative in an emergency, you pick up, and these robots are so smart the way they're designed because it looks like, or it sounds like a normal human being voice. But the person is just talking alone, but your number is harvested from somewhere without your consent. On a lighter note, have you ever engaged the call center people when they call you, they offer you an insurance, and then they often say, but I don't have a car. And you see how that conversations abruptly ends. There's no go well, we wish you well. Is there anything we can do to hook you up with a car? They just drop the call. Interesting. So we think that advocacy on cybersecurity is going to be very important for us. And we think that we work with NICA and the universities that are doing work in this space. Colleagues, what you asked us to do last year, I think, can we put up the QR code for the WhatsApp group? You can come through, Mchana. So last year, there was a concern raised that when we end the summit, we don't talk between the previous summit and the summit that is coming up. So we were looking at various options that are in compliance to POPI. Then the youngsters in the office, we've got youngsters that some of them are students from the Nelson Mandela University, by the way, that have worked on the production of the summit. Two of them could not make it because they're writing exams. They proposed that we do the Annual ICT Summit WhatsApp channel. This is a way where we think without us having to physically meet, we can share a lot of information, more especially information that talks to the implementation of the resources, so that there is a tracking in terms of what we do. Some of it may happen in webinars, some of the follow-ups, some of them may happen in us sharing events done by other people. For example, IT-Web, they're quite big on security events. So that channel becomes the database that, that you had asked us last year to put together. So we've opted for this. The youngsters in the office will tell us if there's a better mechanism. Please connect. It is a platform where we can keep in touch between the summits when they sit. We always say this, and we say it from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you very much for spending time with us. We wish you a safe trip home. And for the colleagues who, I'm told that there were still flights problems this morning, who may need support, assistance, flying out of this beautiful province of ours, the team at the registration desk is available for whatever support, because some are flying out of Kabeja this afternoon. So please, we've got teams available, and thank you for spending time with us. Over to you, Mr. Shabalala. Godspeed, drive safely.
Let's put our hands together for the chairperson. All right, so the moment we've all been waiting for. We're making sure that everyone stays behind. I'm going to ask, I think it's going to be Abdul from NICA, because we have a winner, but the way we're going to have this winner be announced is by leveraging AI as well. So I hope you guys went down. I hope you went to the NICA stand, and we're going to find out now who's the lucky winner of the 2,500 Rand. Abdul, please join me on stage. Can we put our hands together for Mr. Abdul Musa?
Thank you, Program Director. And once again, good afternoon to everybody. All protocols observed. We know that there was a jam-packed session and a lot of discussions was around AI. Everybody was talking about the utilization of AI, the scary parts of AI, the nice parts about AI. And somewhere during the conference, I said to Motsi, we need to run a competition. And a lot of delegates came down to our booth, and it all started off with a basic QR code. So ultimately what happened, you went downstairs, you scanned a QR code, you entered some information, and you're probably wondering what happened to that information because it's cloud-based. And if you remember, someone spoke about connectivity, that's a requirement. So at some stage, you needed to use your mobile phone. 4G, 3G came into account, so connectivity was one piece. Something went into the cloud. We used some Microsoft forms in the back end to capture your information. And now we've exported a list of all the people that have scanned the QR code and participated in this competition. So what we're going to do is we're going to get AI to draw the winner today. So we're going to use ChatGPT. We're going to use that export of the spreadsheet so you can see it's not rigged. On the screen, I'd like my colleague to please open the spreadsheet first before we put it into ChatGPT, just to show you that the information is valid. There's timestamps attached to it, so it's the exact time when you scan the QR code. It is relevant. So for those that are in the workplace, you will see that this is something that you typically deal with on a daily basis. You export information into Excel. You spend hours and hours trying to analyze the information using pivot tables. You're creating formulas. That's old school way of doing things. Now we're going to show you a new way where you can just use generative AI using a prompt, and it can actually analyze information in seconds. So this information hasn't been formatted in any fancy way, and we call that unstructured data. So now we're going to use ChatGPT, and I'm going to ask my colleague, this is a live thing that's happening. She's sitting at the back with the audio engineers, because unfortunately there's no connectivity from here. So you'll see the prompt says, I am running a draw. Please select a random number between 1 and 48, because we had 48 entrants into there. From the attached spreadsheet, yeah. The selected number will indicate, and by the way, ChatGPT actually corrects your spelling. So even if you spell poorly and you press the prompt, it still understands what you want to do. And it will indicate who the winner is. So now we're going to upload that same spreadsheet and attach it. And then we're going to press the enter button, and a random number or winner will be selected. And that person needs to be in the audience. If you're not in the audience, we're going to rerun this thing again until we get the person in the audience, and that person would win the Take-A-Lot 2,500 Rand voucher. By the way, I must tell you that women use AI a lot more efficient than gentlemen. In NICA Technology Group, we employ more than 80% that's women. I'm the part of the 20%. Okay, so there you see, there's a spreadsheet. It says analyzing, it's running an algorithm, And in a couple of seconds, we should get a result in terms of who the winner is. And there's the winner, Thabo Mapegi. Is that person in the audience? Oh, Tando, sorry. The AI needs to also have the voice recognition piece so it can say who the winner is. No, sorry, let's rerun it again. So now we've just rerun the same prompt, a couple of seconds. Masibulele. Yeah, we've got a winner, 2,500 Rand Take-A-Lot voucher. Please come up. Let's take a picture. Where's the cameraman? Congratulations. Hopefully we'll be seeing you using AI one of these days. Thank you. Please come down to the booth to collect your voucher during lunch. Thank you. Program Director, thank you so much. And once again, it's been a pleasure attending this conference.
Aibo, let's give a round of applause. Hey, Olweni, I said cash, now I will take a lot in a chaff. No, it's going to be fine, guys. The person who got it knows what they're going to do with it. Thank you so much. I'm not going to spend too much of your time. Please enjoy lunch. Our chairperson has already greeted us, has asked for a safe road. What I'll ask for is that all our sponsors and speakers, sponsors, please stay behind. We just want to do a nice photo op as we leave. But everyone else, you may now have an amazing, amazing rest of the week. And please go enjoy lunch. Ngosini, thank you very much. My sponsors, can we please come to the front? Sponsors and government officials, please come to the front.